aming ganap. Bigat ng feeling. Mag-Bear Brand Sterilize. Tulong para feel
The next item of our agenda is the roll call of members of each committee and determination
Kulang ka
of
ba sa kita at
quorum.
hirap ka mag-budget?
So,
tipong wala ka
the,
ng ipon
concept,
at the same
is
time,
hereby
parang
directed
kang nag-aalala sa iyong kinabukasan.
acknowledge
Hirap ka ba sa utang at di mo na
the, members of the, Committee on Public Order and Safety, please.
nangyayari sa iyong buhay. If yes ang kasagutan mo, hindi ka nag-iisa. Sa video na ito,
Comsec.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Those who are present in here and present in via Zoom.
Yes, sir. Good morning, chairpersons and honorable members. The following members are present for the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Chairperson Danes Fernandez, Representative Benvenido M. Abante Jr., Representative Ching Bernos via Zoom, Representative Ambrosio C. Cruz via Zoom, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Amparo Maria Zamora via Zoom, Representative Joseph Steven Caraps Paduano, Representative Jose Joboy Aquino II, Representative Celso Rehencia via Zoom, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzalez Jr., Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers, Representative Romeo M. Acop, Representative Bambi Emano, and Representative Loreto Acharon. We have 15 members, Your Honor. Thank you. With 15 members in person and via Zoom, sir.
On the part of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, we have like 15 members present in the hall and via Zoom. The chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Co-Chair, please.
on the part of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Present on the Committee on Information and Communication, Comsec.
11 members.
11 members. Hey, Co-Chair Joboy Aquino. On the part of Public Information, please.
On the part of the Committee on Public Information, with 6 members present in the hall and via Zoom, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Thank you so much. The next item of our agenda is the welcome remarks and opening statement of the lead chairperson. And that will be followed by Chairman Pimentel and Chairman Aquino. Sa aking mga co-chairs, kay Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., mga kasamahan at katrabaho sa Kongreso, mga resource persons at bisita, at ang mga nanonood via live stream, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. On behalf of the co-chairs and the members of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, we would like to thank the leadership of the House for entrusting us with this important task of conducting hearings regarding online disinformation in our country. Pursuant to House Resolution number 286, which was adopted by the House on December 18, 2024, the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Information and Communications Technology, and Public Information, or the Tricom, were authorized to conduct a joint inquiry in aid of legislation on the rampant posting of false and malicious content in social media platforms while safeguarding freedom of speech and ensuring digital safety. We thank the authors, namely Senior Deputy Speaker Gonzalez, Deputy Speaker David J.J. C. Suarez, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix M. Dalipe, Minority Leader Marcelino C. Libanan, Representative Robert Ace Barbers, Benvenido M. Abante Jr., and Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano for filing House Resolution number 2147, which the House adopted as House Resolution number 286. Sino rito ang nabiktima na ng maling impormasyon sa social media? Sino rito ang nakapag-share ng maling impormasyon sa social media na pinaniniwala ay lalong umaliwangaw sa gitna ng isang global crisis sa ating kalusugan noong panahon ng COVID-19 pandemic, kung saan talamak ang paglabas ng mali-maling impormasyon sa internet. Noong panahon na iyon, mahirap para sa ordinaryong mamamayan na makakuha ng kritikal at wastong impormasyon mula sa ating mga ahensya. Sino rito ang nabiktima ng scam? O may kilalang nabiktima ng scam? Malamang lahat din tayo. Dahil sa social media, ang cybercrimes ngayon ay may tuturing na natin na mas madalas pang mangyari sa buhay ng isang karaniwang tao kesa sa mga common crimes. Bilang komite na may mandato na siyasatin ang lahat ng bagay na nauugnay sa pagsugpo ng kriminalidad, layunin po natin dito ang magkapagsagawa ng naangkop na batas laban sa mali at malisyosong impormasyon na nagdudulot ng pinsala at krimen sa ating mamamayan, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga kabataan. Napapanahon ang ating diskurso ngayong araw na ito dahil laganap na ang mga kasinungalingan at peking balita sa social media. Bawat Pilipino, lalong-lalo na mga menor de edad, mga hindi nakapag-aral, mga matatanda na hindi sanay sa teknolohiya at iba pang mga vulnerable sector ng ating lipunan, tayong lahat ay posibleng maging biktima ng panloloko at paglilinlang sa social media. Isang nakakaalarmang sitwasyon sa social media ay ang pag-normalize ng paggamit ng bastos na salita, toxic behavior, haters, personal attacks o bashing. Our children start to experience self-hate and resort to self-harm. Bagamat sinusubukan na matugunan ang mga insidente ng cyberbullying, ito pa rin ay maaaring maging sanhi ng depresyon, suicidal thoughts, at iba pang mga long-term negative effect sa ating mental health. Napakahirap na mawari kung ano ang totoo at peke sa social media, lalo-lalo na at mayroong satirical news websites, AI-generated images at deepfakes. Ayon sa isang survey, 86% ng mga Pilipino ay naniniwala na isang malaking problema ang fake news. Ngunit mas malaking problema ang mga trolls na sadyang nagpapalaganap ng peking balita. Ang disinformasyon na kinakalat nila ay may tuturing na weaponization of social media kapag ito ay nagdulot ng karahasan o nagasik ng pagkabitak-bitak ng ating lipunan. Hindi natin maikakait ang malalim na pinsalang dulot ng peking balita at cybercrimes, lalo na kung ito ay patungkol sa kalusugan, seguridad ng bansa, terorismo, child sexual abuse o exploitation, natural na kalamidad, public emergency at integridad ng ating mga demokratikong institusyon. Banggitin ko lamang po ang isang mahalagang bagay na tinatalakay noong Quadcom. Ito ay ang paglaganap ng scam farms ng mga pogo. Nakita natin na ang mga pogo ay gumagamit ng mga social media upang maglabas ng peking job offers at makapag-recruit ng mga kababayan natin na walang kamuang-muang at mabilis na naaakit sa mataas na sahod at magagandang benepisyo na pinangako ng pogo recruiters. Ngunit nauwi lamang sila bilang trafficking victims na sa pilitang pinagtrabaho bilang mga scammers. Isa itong ehemplo na nagpapakita ng kahinaan ng ating mga batas at kakulangan ng proteksyon ng ating mamamayan laban sa mga panloloko sa internet. Mismong ang pag-iit ng ating pagmamay-ari ng West Philippine Sea ay apektado sa paglaganap ng kasinungalingan sa SOCMED. Sabi nga ni Justice Antonio Carpio, ang pag-angkin ng China sa West Philippine Sea ay maituturing na fake news of the century. Ang mga Pinoy na trolls naman na nagpapalaganap ng maling impormasyon tungkol dito, pwede ba nating ituring bilang mga traidor ng bayan? Marahil ay kinakailangan nating amyandahan ang ating mga batas, unang-una na Republic Act number 10175 o ang Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Marami mga panukalang batas ang nilagdaan ng aking mga kasamaan sa Kongreso. At ako mismo, naghain ako ng House Bill Resolution number 543 na naglalayo na maitatag ang social media regulation upang maprotektahan ang ating mga kabataan. Kinakailangan natin ang mga makabago at naangkop na mga polisiya at patakaran laban sa disinformasyon. Kailangan natin suriing mabuti kung paano maitatag ang fact-checking at content moderation sa ating mga social media platforms. Higit sa lahat, kinakailangan natin magkaroon ng isang makabuluhang diskurso patungo sa online safety at digital literacy. Lahat yan sa bawat Pilipino. Sa pamamagitan ng malawakang talakayang ito sa Kongreso, maging layunin natin na magkaroon ng public awareness at makadagdag sa kalaman ng ating kababayan ukol sa disinformasyon. Hinikayat ko po ang lahat ng narito sa ating pagpupulong na sikaping makamit ang layuning ito. Sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat po. The Chair now recognizes Congressman Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Limited. You are now recognized.
Good morning to everyone. Today, we gather to address a pressing issue that is increasingly permeating our digital landscape: the pervasive spread of fake news on social media platforms. As we delve into this inquiry, it is essential to underscore the critical implications that misinformation has on public discourse, democratic processes, and societal cohesion. Social media has transformed how we communicate and access information. It provides unprecedented opportunities for dialogue and engagement, allowing voices from all walks of life to be heard. Yet, the same platform has become a fertile ground for the rapid dissemination of falsehoods and misleading narratives. The consequences of such misinformation are profound, influencing everything from public health decisions to electoral outcomes and undermining trust in our institutions and each other. As lawmakers, our role is not only to understand the scope and nature of this phenomenon, but also to consider our responsibility in creating a framework that protects the integrity of information while respecting the fundamental principles of free speech. We must tread carefully, ensuring that our legislative responses do not inadvertently stifle legitimate discourse or infringe upon the rights of individuals. This inquiry seeks to eliminate the dynamics at play between social media, fake news, and the public. We aim to gather insights from experts, stakeholders, and the public at large, examining the efficacy of existing regulations, the accountability of social media platforms, and the potential for new legislative measures to combat misinformation. We must ask ourselves, what constitutes fake news? How can we differentiate between misinformation and legitimate debate? What role should media companies play in monitoring and curbing the spread of false information? And crucially, how can we empower the public to critically engage with information they encounter online? Together, let us strive to find solutions that not only address the challenges posed by fake news, but also foster a vibrant, informed, and responsible digital citizenship. Our discussions today and in the days to come will shape the path forward in this vital area, and I encourage you to contribute your insights and perspectives in this hearing. Thank you and good morning to everyone.
The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chairman on Committee on Public Information and Communication Technology. Committee on Public Information, chaired by Congressman Chairman Joby Aquino. Now you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all of you. Let me thank our colleagues, resource persons, and everyone in attendance today. as we try to understand and address the rampant spread of disinformation on social media. In today's digital era, its speed and impact are unprecedented, which compels us to address this head-on. Intentionally misleading information poses significant risk to our society, undermining public trust, threatening public safety, and influencing public opinion. We share a collective responsibility to address this challenge effectively. As I understand, we have representatives from different sectors, and our goal is to strengthen collaboration and explore approaches to counter disinformation. Each of you bring unique expertise and insights. We highly encourage all our resource persons to actively participate in our committee meetings and to exercise their freedom of speech, of expression, and of the press with diligence and integrity. As we engage in meaningful discussions, let us uphold the highest moral and ethical standards, recognizing that all freedoms and rights come with a responsibility to use them wisely. Together, let us foster a respectful and productive dialogue that contributes to inform policy making and the public good. With that in mind, I look forward to a constructive discussion with all of you. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Joboy Aquino. Now, the Chair would like to recognize one of the authors of House Resolution number 2147, Senior Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales. Now, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Dan, Chairman Johnny, Chairman Joboy, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to all of us. It is my privilege to sponsor House Resolution number 286, which calls for a joint inquiry in aid of legislation on the rampant posting of false and malicious content on social media platforms, while safeguarding freedom of speech and ensuring digital safety. Social media bridges gaps. Pinag-uugnay nito ang mga tao, bumubuo ito ng mga komunidad, nagpapalawak ng mga kamalayan, at nagsusulong ng pagbabahagi ng kaalaman. According to online article by Data Reportal, the Philippines was home to 86.75 million social media users in January 2024. Equating to 73.4% of the total population. At sabi naman ng Foundation for Media Alternatives, ang Facebook ay ang pinakamura at pinakamadaling ma-access dahil ang ilang mga network ay inaalok ito ng libre bilang bahagi ng kanilang data plan. Ngunit, sa kabila ng napakaraming benepisyong kaakibat nito, social media can also be used as a conduit of inappropriate content. We all experience browsing our social media platforms, and more often, we come across racist, sexist, homophobic, religious, and political-based hate content. Ang mga mapanirang nilalaman na ito ay naglalagay sa panganib sa kaligtasan ng publiko sa pamamagitan ng maling impormasyon, online harassment, mga panlilinlang at iba pang anyo ng cyberbullying. We affirm that instrumental role of social media in today's day and age, but there is an overwhelming need to address harmful content and at the same time uphold constitutional freedoms, particularly the freedom of speech and expression, which are considered cornerstones of our democracy. House Resolution number 286 proposes for the development of an improved transparency and accountability mechanisms for social media platforms. Most especially, it calls for an enhanced content moderation, reporting systems, and safeguards against misuse of algorithms. Additionally, digital literacy needs to be prioritized to help our fellow Filipinos discern credible information. Likewise, the resolution will also review Republic Act number 10175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 to address the challenges posed by emerging technologies and harmful online content. To effectively address and promote digital safety, a multi-stakeholder approach must be carried out. Social media companies, cybersecurity experts, and legal professionals must come together to craft an effective and double legislation. By working together, we can ensure a safer digital landscape while preserving democratic values. Inihikayat ko po ang aking mga kapwa mambabatas at lahat ng ating mga panauhin na suportahan ang resolusyon ito upang matiyak ang kaligtasan ng ating digital space. Let us reconfigure our social media platforms with meaningful discourse, innovation, and empowerment rather than a breeding ground for deception of harm. Takal po salamat, may payabak po kay Katam.
Ano yan?
Good morning to all of you. Takal po salamat, maraming salamat.
To deliver the next opening remarks, the one who deliver is privilege speeches, two privilege speeches in the plenary, November 4 and 16, 2024. Chairman Robert Ace Barbers, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very short, Mr. Chairman. As the proponent of the privilege speech that was delivered last year with respect to the issues in the social media, allow this representation to deliver a very short opening remark, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga, mga kasamahan, honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today not to silence voices, suppress free speech, or curtail the constitutional right to freedom of expression. Instead, we are here to draw the line between responsible discourse and the deliberate, systematic abuse of digital platforms to spread lies, destroy reputations, and manipulate public perception. This hearing seeks to establish a regulatory framework for social media similar to how the Kapisanan ng mga Broadcasters sa Pilipinas or the KBP regulates television and radio broadcasters, and how the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines or the NUJP upholds ethical standards for print media. Our goal is to develop a code of conduct for content creators, ensuring accountability and ethical responsibility in this rapidly evolving digital space. While we uphold the constitutional right to freedom of speech, we must also recognize the urgent need for regulation to prevent the misuse of digital platforms. The lack of oversight has allowed vloggers and online influencers to freely spread harmful narratives without fact-checking or ethical accountability. To address this, social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook must be treated as legitimate businesses requiring a franchise or accreditation system. By holding these platforms accountable for monitoring and removing defamatory content, we can foster a safer and more responsible digital environment. This measure will not only encourage ethical content creation, but also curb the spread of libelous and misleading information. Just as traditional media operates under legal and ethical standards, bloggers and online influencers must also be subject to similar regulations to prevent the reckless dissemination of falsehoods. In recent years, we have witnessed the alarming rise of trolls, bloggers, and malicious online actors who, under the guise of exercising free speech, systematically spread fake news and engage in character assassination. These individuals and groups, operating with seeming impunity, have poisoned public discourse and in many instances tarnished the reputation of those who dare challenge their narratives. Despite the existence of laws such as the Cybercrime Prevention Act, Filipinos remain vulnerable to online deception, harassment, and digital attacks that threaten not only individual lives but also the integrity of our democracy. The reality is that these network of trolls are not simply expressing opinions. They are engaged in a well-orchestrated, well-funded campaign to spread disinformation, manipulate public perception, and destabilize institutions. The sources of funding for these operations remain in the shadows, possibly linked to illicit activities such as pogo operations or criminal syndicates. These financial resources are weaponized to create chaos, erode trust in government, undermine the media, and weaken our democratic foundations. Ironically, but not surprisingly, none of these actors speak out against China's aggression in the West Philippine Sea, proving our suspicion of illegal foreign funding. Let us be clear. This is no longer a mere issue of online criticism. What we are facing is a calculated effort to deceive, defame, and discredit those who seek to uphold the truth. These trolls are mercenaries of disinformation, paid to disrupt, confuse, and divide. Their mission is to drown out facts, distort the truth, and silence those who speak out against corruption and injustice. We too have not been spared. As public servants, we have been personally targeted by these malicious actors. Myself, my colleagues, and even the President. We accept criticism when it pertains to our official duties. But it is evident that these attacks go beyond public accountability. Their true intent is to discredit us before the electorate and the people we serve through personal and baseless attacks. The Supreme Court in Labargan versus People of the Philippines, GR number 246824, citing the Kerr Jr. versus People in GR number 206015, ruled that, and I quote, offensive imputations against public officers do not constitute defamation if these relate to their discharge of official duties unless the prosecution proves actual malice. Defamatory utterances are malicious when made with knowledge that they were false or with reckless disregard as to its falsity, unquote. But this issue is bigger than any individual case, Mr. Chairman. This is about every Filipino who has been a victim of online harassment, cyber libel, and digital deception. If we continue to ignore this growing problem, we are failing the people we have sworn to protect. Social media should never be a tool for personal attacks or harassments or the destruction of reputations. Those who exploit these platforms to spread black propaganda, lies, and harm others must be held accountable. We have also received reports of bloggers soliciting donations under the pretense of funding their content, only to be involved in scams and online fraud. all this must stop, Mr. Chair. Today, we commit ourselves to finding solutions. We will explore ways to protect the public from the dangers of fake news and disinformation while ensuring that our digital spaces remain safe, ethical, and credible for future generations. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was 10 minutes. I thought
9 minutes only.
it was short. Anyway, the next item of our agenda is the acknowledgements of the resource persons who are present today. Thank you for coming over. And the COMSEC is hereby directed to acknowledge those personalities. And to those who will not be acknowledged, please approach po yung ating mic and ask to be recognized by the chair. Thank you so much. COMSEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again. The following resource persons are present from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Undersecretary Jeffrey E&D, Ms. Christine Applepre, Ms. Michelle Pagalilawan, Mr. Renato Del Rosario, and Attorney Don Josef Tiansay. From the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, Undersecretary Alexander K. Ramos, Attorney Alvin Navarro, and Ms. Christine Jane Flores. From the Department of Justice, Office of Cybercrime, Attorney Rodan Parocha, Secretary Ivan Uy. Apologies, sir. From the Department of Justice, Attorney Rodan Parocha of the DOJ Office of Cybercrime, with Head Agent Ina Marie Feliz Protasio Ladislao, and State Counsel Attorney Kirshen Bautista. From the National Bureau of Investigation, Attorney Van Homer Anglubel. From the National Telecommunications Commission, Attorney Andres Castelar Jr. From the Philippine National Police, Police Brigadier General Bernard Yang of the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group, with Colonel Columbo Aberia of the ACG, Police Lieutenant Colonel Anacleto Daliva of the PNP Legal Service, Colonel Nova De Castro Aglipay, the Chief of the Legal Affairs Division of the ACG, and from the University of the Philippines, Associate Dean for the College of Media Communication, Dr. Rachel Ican. From the Center for Policy and Executive Development of the UP, Dr. Enrico Basilio. And Ms. Angela Chavez, also from CPED. Online, we have Attorney Michael Chu of the UP College of Law. And online, we also have Dr. Jonathan Corpus Ong of Global Digital Media and the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. From the Kapisanan ng mga Broadcaster ng Pilipinas, Attorney Rudolph Holarbal. From Vera Files, Ms. Ellen Tordesillas, President and Co-Founder. Mr. Chair, from the social media personalities present that we invited 40 plus, sir, with us today are Attorney Rico Tomotorgo, Ms. Maria Lourdes Tiquia of Publicus Asia, and Mr. Mark Louis Gamboa. That's all, Your Honor, for now. Thank you.
Okay,
Additional resource person, sir, from Press 1, Mr. Felipe Ipe Salvosa, Editor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification from COMSEC. Out of the 41 social media personalities, only 3 have attended.
Yes, Mr. Chair, some of them sent excuse letters via email.
yes, we have received a different communication coming from the different resource persons, including the platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Google, and Facebook, Meta, Facebook, and to some personalities who have written us an excuse letter. They want to see or to acknowledge these excuse letters. Siguro isa-isa natin, no, para at least maging fair naman po doon sa mga resource persons who have attended while others have not. So ito po yung mga excuse na galing kay Crisette Chu. I think this is reference to your invitation to joint inquiry. After careful consideration, I would like to respectfully turn down your invitation due to these following reasons. There are so many reasons, and maybe I'll be giving this to the members for their perusal afterwards para makita natin what action to be taken. Also from Aaron Peña, meron din po siyang excuse letter. Yes, Mr. kay Mark Anthony Lopez just received today. I think this is also an excuse letter. Kay June Abines, after having a discussion with my lawyers, I regret to inform you that I won't be attending the hearing today because objective hearing is an attempt to curtail the people's right to expression. From Richard Mata, thank you for the invitation. I just received this yesterday. Just a day before the event, I consulted my lawyer and was advised not to attend. The late invitation plus the unclear purpose of the event. We support the freedom of speech. We also support it. From Elizabeth Joy Cruz, same excuse, meron din excuse. Kay Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles, I respectfully decline this invitation as I question the legality of the inquiry as well as the proposed legislation for being violative of the constitutional guarantee of free speech. From Ethel Garcia, decline as well. From Maui Spencer, out of the country. From Sean Wayne, long excuse. And sa TikTok, YouTube, and Meta. So I think the members have to decide on the other members who have not given us any excuse letter. For the resource person.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Marcoleta and then Congressman Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judging from the title of the resolution before us, is it correct to assume that this hearing is only limited to social media platforms?
No, of course not.
Because the way I see it, it only addresses the alleged problems encountered against bloggers.
No, Chairman, Congressman Marcoleta. That's the reason why we have invited as well the government agencies and also the academe and other media outlets who have parameters on.
But we have not invited members of the mainstream media, Mr. Chair.
We did. And
And
the reason why
what was the
we're
response?
asking for the excuse letter as well because a while ago the COMSEC have acknowledged the persons of the resource persons who have been invited.
Did we invite, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, KBP was invited, kapisanan ng mga broadcasters sa
And the presence of the
Pilipinas.
KBP is here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that satisfy the query of Congressman Marcoleta?
Because I think, Mr. Chair, even the not only the social media are supposed to be invited, but also the mainstream media. I am personally victimized by these two popular newspapers, broadsheets. May I cite a particular example just to dramatize, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Kaya importante lang sana, gusto ko rin sila marinig ko nandito.
What's the point of order? So what's the point of order?
We're still in checking all the invitations that was sent to all the invitees. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, some of those invitees are not present. And with regards to the query being made by Congressman Coleta, I do believe that he has a basis for that. And since, Mr. Chairman, the COMSEC has confirmed that indeed Philippine Daily Inquirer, and Philippine Star are not invited in today's hearing. Since Congressman Marcoleta is not a member of this committee, may I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that in the next hearing, we will invite Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star to expedite discussion, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
May I know, Mr. Chair, why
By Congressman Paduano, and we have to tackle first the motion. Huh? We have to tackle the motion.
I second the motion.
And there's that was duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. So, Congressman Marcoleta, your query is valid. Unfortunately, I think it's the fault of the COMSEC for not inviting, because you have to consider as well that we have invited so many already for the bloggers. It was like 40, and we cannot accommodate everybody. And there's a reason why your query is so valid that we will be inviting them in the next hearing. And at the same time, having said that, your story about being victimized of those two broadsheet can be tackled in the next hearing. So the next item.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you have the floor right now, Congressman.
I just would like to find out if Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz, aka Joey DeVere, favorite, was invited.
Congressman,
If he was invited, then we'd like,
I would like point of order, Mr. Chairman.
what's the point of order?
Once again, Mr. Chairman, the floor is still with Congressman Marcoleta, and is she okay na po ba? Can you, Congressman Marcoleta, with regards to the query that I move to invite Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star?
Yes,
Approved.
Now, actually, I have already taken action.
Yeah, I know.
Your query.
The floor is still with Congressman Marcoleta, and I asked personally Congressman Marcoleta to the chair if he is satisfied with the motion that I have made, Mr. Chairman. And after that, siguro, let's proceed with another member of the House of this committee.
Congressman Marcoleta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have to include another aspect of inquiry. Kasi hindi lamang po yung social media at saka yung mainstream media. I was also personally victimized by certain survey firms. Nagsasurvey po sila. For example po, yung SWS, kailangan sabihin ko na po. Nag-survey po sila ng third quarter survey last year. And they listed 40 names, senatorial preferences. Nandito po sa akin, ibibigay ko po yung kopya po, reference ng ating committee. There are 40 names mentioned and indicated in that list. Ito po, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lamang pong i-emphasize na dito sa 40 senatoriables po na kanilang ginamit dito sa survey na to, meron pong 6 na relatively unknown. Babasahin ko po ang pangalan. Adonis Jerome, Andamo Jocelyn, Arambulo Ronel, Doringo Mimi, Floranda Mori, Danilo Ramos. Meron po naman 7 na sikat, Mr. Chair, pero hindi naman nagpahayag po ng pagtakbo bilang senador. Andiyan na po si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, dating Senador Franklin Drilon, dating Senador Richard Gordon, Harry Roque, dating Vice Presidente Robredo Maria Leonor, at saka po yung ating Secretary of Defense, Gilbert Chodoro. Pero po malinaw dito, Mr. Chair, hindi po nila ako nilagay dito sa 40. Pero no pong yung outcome pong ito ipalabas nila, number 36 po ako. Paano po mangyayari na ako po ay magiging number 36, hindi naman po kasali rito? Ito po yung klase ng mga manipulative surveys na pinaniniwalaan po ng mga tao. Sana po hindi na lang nila ako sinama sapagkat wala naman ako rito. Sino po ba si Adonis Jerome, Andamo Jocelyn, Arambulo Ronel, Doringo Mimi, Floranda Modi, Mr. Kong Barbers, may kilala ka ba rito? Bakit naman po Hindi ko naman po pinagpipilitan na isama nila ako rito. Ang problema, hindi po ako kasama, Mr. Chair, pero nilagay po nila ako doon sa resulta, number 36 ako. Hindi naman po tatama ito. Ito po yung gusto nating i-address lahat. Hindi lamang po social media.
We understand that your predicament,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Marcoleta. And
Bibigay ko po yung
And the
kopya para sa referensya po.
representation also doesn't believe that because on my own assumption, nasa top 5 ka. So, Mr. Chairman, kidding aside. No, kidding aside. We have to tackle that issue as well, that being espoused by Congressman Marcoleta. So we will be inviting over in the next hearing what survey. Because
At saka yung Manila Broadcasting Corporation.
MBC, because in the House resolution itself, the House resolution number 2147, it clearly states,
Social media lang.
Diyan lang eh.
Kaya yun lang yung topic natin.
but we cannot, but it was delivered. No. Congressman Barbers, you have delivered in your privilege speech a wide, comprehensive approach on this matter. Everything inviting over the survey firm, it was correct.
Yeah, maybe we
We
can
are tackling
expand.
not only the House Resolution number 2147, we're also tackling 2 privilege speeches that was delivered by you. So I think may basis po yung kay Congressman Marcoleta. Okay, and at the same time, so there's a, Mr. Chair, noted po yung kay Congressman Marcoleta. Now,
May I now be recognized?
Now you are recognized.
My query is if we have invited a certain Elizabeth Cruz, no? AKA Joey De Vibre, Mr. Chair. If we have invited her and she has an excuse letter, may I know what was the excuse, Mr. Chairman?
Consent, please answer the query of Congressman Abante. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miss Elizabeth Joy Cruz was invited and she sent an excuse letter via email.
Ano po yung kanya excuse letter? Ano yung dahilan?
One moment, sir. I'll get it from the chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Can you kindly also, Comsec, can you kindly also try to tell us those resource persons who have not attended this committee hearing? Yung may mga excuse letter, okay yun. But those who have not reply to our request to be present on today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
particularly first, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
particularly I am referring to AKA Joe De Vibre, sapagkat matindi yung kanyang mga sinabi dito. Gusto ko talagang makita siya at makausap, sapagkat dito minura niya ako, at ang sabi niya, nanay kabobohan sa quad, sayang kuryente sa'yo.
Pagod sa kanya.
Ano yung pack you? Pack you, hindi ko na pack.
Congressman Abante.
Tutuloy ko ng buta.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman, don't be so personal. Let's be more comprehensive on this approach.
Binabasa ko lang eh.
Sige, go ahead. I'll give you
Pangalawa, November 13, 2024, nagmura na naman siya. Hindi ko na babanggitin yung mura niya. Pag tinatanong kung anong legislation ginawa niyo in relation to this, BS, ano ba yung BS? BS inquiry, sasagot ka. Swelduhan ka ng taxpayers, gago. November 3, 2024, si Benny Abante at si Romel Marbil ay mga protektor ng illegal na droga dahil pilit nilang pinalalabas na hindi ito ganoon kasama. Tapos sabing ganyan, si Dan Fernandez, and age barber survey are depressing. Alam na nila na matatalo sila sa eleksyon. So what is the hearing for? Smoke screen for the discount. Tinabi ko ito sapagkat matindi po itong mga akusasyon na ibinigay nitong gusto ko nila magmura eh. Hindi na ako magmumura muna. Oo. Kaya kailangan po, itong mga to, ang tatapang nila eh. Ang tatapang sa pagmumura, nang wala tayong kalaban-laban. Ngayon, pag kaharap dito, hindi makaharap dito. Oo. Eh, mga takot din pala yung mga yan eh.
Please hold your fire, please.
I'm
Just on the process of administrative, ano pa lang muna tayo, Congressman Abante. We can tackle that on the interpellation.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong bagitin tong kanya excuse letter, O nakalagay dito, after meaningful consultation with my lawyers, gumayad pa na abogado. I have decided to respectfully decline. Respectfully? Minumura tayo, respectfully? To share my knowledge on matters. Hindi knowledge ang kailangan natin.
The lawyer, this is like...
Oo. Ask the lawyers kung libelous yung ginawa niyo o slander. No, O nakalagay, I would like to categorically state that I am neither paid by POGO operators. Hindi na pinag-uusapan. Pinag-uusapan natin yung mga sinabi niya. Tapos, respectfully, Elizabeth Joey Cruz, na nakikinig po sa atin ngayon, nanonood ngayon, humarap ka dito, kumatapang ka. Hirap sa iyo, nagbumura ka, nang dyan na wala kaming kalaban-laban. Humarap ka dito. Dito. Namo.
Chairman.
Wait.
Quiet, Chairman.
Please observe, refrain from laughing or whatever expression you wanted to, please observe decency and, of course,
Chair, I move that we strike out.
with all due respect, with all due respect with Congressman Abante, I feel your sentiment, I feel your sentiment, but we are in the process of finding out the, yung pong implementation of the 10175, and I respect your freedom of expression. But what I'm trying to tell you is to refrain from the fire that you wanted to express, But for now, nandun pa lang po tayo sa administrative matter, and we wanted to finish that and discussing, or we will be approving the ground rules. Wala pa po yung ground rules, and kaya nga po, doon sana yung kay Chairman Abante doon papatak yan sa ground rules. Anyway, having said that, siguro we'll proceed to the next item.
Mr. Chairman,
is to approve.
So that we can have an orderly hearing, we must first approve the ground rules. I believe that the COMSEC has already distributed copies of the ground rules to the members present. So therefore, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the ground rules.
Yes, there's a motion to approve the ground rules, and I believe that the members of this committee have already received the yung pong ground rules natin, and you have already read it. So siguro I need a second motion for this. Any second motion? This was during second. The said motion is now approved. Hindi mo babasahin yung rules. So the next item of our agenda is for all the...
Mr. Chair,
yes, Congressman Zamora.
I would like to reiterate my earlier motion to strike out the expletive that was mentioned by my idol, Representative Abante. Earlier, second motion.
Mr. Chair, the motion.
I object because it was not expletive. Sinabi ko lang, namo. That can mean anything. That can mean anything.
Hearing resumed.
If that is the...
No, it was seconded, Mr. Chairman. And the objection with Congressman Abante, it's up to the members if they will vote for it, for the objection with Chairman Abante.
1 minute suspension.
Okay na.
Hearing resumed. So there's a motion to strike out the the word that was delivered by Congressman Abante, and this was duly seconded. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion is approved.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman
I would like to manifest na because it was a motion made by she's just like a daughter to me because her father is a very good friend of mine. So I would like to withdraw my objection, although it is not actually an expletive.
Yeah.
But I'm withdrawing it for the sake of the motion, Mr. Chair.
So the next item of our agenda is the administering the oath of the resource persons. Those who have been invited to attend this committee hearing, please stand up, and the COMSEC is hereby directed to administer the oath of the resource persons.
May we request all the resource persons invited to stand, raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry? Thank you. Please take your seat.
Mr. Chair, once again, we would like to have an orderly proceedings of the hearings. So therefore, we have some reminders to the members because after this, we will now proceed to the deliberation and discussion. Please be reminded that pursuant to our ground rules, House members shall register with the committee secretary and shall be recognized on a first-to-register basis. Members shall be given 10 minutes each for their interpellation, excluding the answers of the resource persons. No member, except the chairpersons or the presiding officer and the senior deputy speaker, shall be allowed to speak or make interjections during the course of the interpellation of a member unless and until recognized by the lead chairperson or the presiding officer. Lastly, we enjoin everyone to observe proper decorum and basic courtesy in our proceedings. Please address your questions to the co-chairs and wait to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Pimentel. So, muna tapos doon. The next is Chairman Aquino for the discussion proper. Please discuss it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of my co-chairs, I would like to propose that we first hear from the academe, then government agencies and independent media organizations to give us a situationer on the social media landscape. Each presenter shall have 10 minutes. Thank you.
So the proposed flow of discussion, una po yung academe, si Dr. Jonathan Ong, then academe muna, then government agencies, then the independent media organization. This will be the flow of our discussion. But for the meantime, going back to the administrative matter, Congressman Chairman Chairman Paduano, have something to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a matter of procedure, Mr. Chairman. And a protocol of every committee hearing, Mr. Chairman. All resource person being invited in every hearing and absent should have an excuse letter or explanation. And if that excuse letter is valid and acceptable to the committee members, so we will just invite them to the next hearing. But for all those resource persons with an excuse letter or without an excuse letter, they should be invited through a show cause order for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So that's a matter of protocol and procedural in every committee hearing, Mr. Chairman. That's why I want to go back to the invited guest that was mentioned by Congressman Abante. And it's up to Congressman Abante that what will be the next step for this committee for his or her invitation in the next hearing. I just want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, that all invitees who are not present in today's hearing, the committee should have a proper disposition with regards to their invitation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair, in relation to what Congressman Paduano said, may I know if we're going to invite again those social bloggers?
What's the pleasure of the body for those who have been invited and have not written us any excuse letter?
Well, Mr. Chair, to me, Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
let us invite them again. If they don't show up or make an excuse letter, then I'll make a motion that we issue a show cause order on them.
So there's a manifestation by Congressman Abante that those who have not written any excuse letter will be invited again in the next hearing. Actually, hindi ito motion, but it's a procedure that is being governed as, no? So, doon sa mga resource persons na hindi po nakarating, na hindi nagpadala ng mga excuse letter, you are being invited again in the next hearing. And for those who have written an excuse letter, what's the pleasure of this body on the excuse letters that they have sent us? Because they have written as letters.
Mr. Chairman, kasi po, in our procedure, depende po sa content ng excuse letter if it is valid or not. That's why, I suggest, kaya lang, tumatagal tayo dito,
Yeah.
I suggest sana na we will discuss each and every excuse letter. Kasi magkaiba po reason at saka content ng letter.
Correct.
Diba? For example, in the case of the person that was mentioned by Congressman Abante, ganun po yung sagot niya. Shall we invite her, babae ba? Shall we invite her again or issue a show cause order? For me, Mr. Chairman, that is offensive and we should also issue a show cause order for her. And we will not just invite her in the next hearing, we will issue a show cause order for that person. Mr. Chairman.
According sa, okay, thank you so much for that, Congressman Paduano. According sa Section 9 of our rules, witnesses are be granted more than two postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. So we can issue a show cause order because wala silang justifiable reason.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Ako, please.
we must distinguish the resource person who was invited but did not offer any excuse from the resource person who was invited but came up with a letter excuse. So why should we treat them the same? For protocols, as we have done in the previous committee hearings, those invited persons who did not offer any excuse, the next order is for them, for the committee to issue a show cause order to explain why. And for those people who offered an excuse for their absence, it's up for the committee to determine whether the excuse is acceptable or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we have so many excuse letters that were given to us by the ComSec.
Mr. Chair,
And,
particularly,
yes.
the excuse order, the excuse letter of this Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz. She said, I know that the time of the committee is precious and I am coming from deep concern on prudent utilization of public resources. Mr. Chair, this is contemptible. This is not respecting this committee. How dare she would say the prudent utilization of public resources? I therefore make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we issue a show cause order on this Elizabeth Joey Cruz. I move therefore, Mr. Chair.
So there's a motion to issue a show cause order to that resource person. What's the name? Elizabeth Cruz. And there was a second motion. Any objection? Hearing that, said motion is now approved. Yun po yung merong excuse letter. And there's still a lot Like, for example, yung kay Sean Wayne, kay Maui Spencer, kay Ethel Garcia. But you have to read the content of their excuse letter. Like, for example, one of these, you want to move on this, or you want to discuss this on a later part of the discussion? Or you want to have an omnibus motion with all of this, But there are excuse letters which are valid. Like, for example, this personality, nasa Singapore siya. So, katulad ito, out of the country, si Maui Spencer, for not being there in our country yet. Nasa Singapore siya for vacation. So, I think, excuse yung kanyang, yung Tony Abiles, sige. After having discussion with my lawyer, isa-isa na natin to kung gusto nyo. Okay, after having discussion with my lawyers, I regret to inform you that I won't be attending the hearing today because the objective of the hearing is an attempt to curtail the people's right to expression. So, kay Juna Bines,
With that excuse letter, Mr. Chairman, I found it not valid and I moved to issue as your cause order for that Junabinas, Mr. Chairman.
there's a issue of order to this resource person. Any second motion? Second. There's a second motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, para lang doon sa mga nanonood, ito pong hearing na ito ay hindi para kitilin o isuppress yung freedom of speech nila. Wala ho kaming ganong layunin. Ang layunin po natin dito ay gawan ng pulisiya ang paggamit ng social media platforms. Dapat po meron tayong disiplina, meron tayong code of conduct, meron tayong ethics sa paggamit nitong social media. Hindi yung pagbukas mo ng social media, magmumura ka. Meron dyan, nagso-social media, nagbablog, walang ginawa araw-araw kundi manawagan ng kaguluhan sa ating bansa, nananawagan ng people power, nananawagan ng kudeta. Yung ba ay tama, Mr. Chair? Ang punto lang natin dito is magkaroon tayo ng ganitasyon o regulatory policy para kagaya po ng mga broadcasters, meron po silang KBP, kagaya po ng mga manunulat sa dyaryo, meron po silang NUJP. They're all bound by rules and regulations. So in this social media, the use of social media platforms, unfortunately, wala po tayong ganyan sa ngayon. At hindi po pwede na gawin pong rason ng mga yan na meron tayong freedom, na ine-curtail natin yung freedom of speech nila. Huwag niyo pong lokohin ang taong bayan. Wala hong curtailment o suppression ng freedom of speech dito. Kaya nga kayo inimbita rito eh. Diba? Kaya kayo inimbita dito para magpahayag din kayo. Hindi po ba iyan ay tamang freedom of expression? Ba't ngayon nagpapadala kayo ng mga sulat na hindi kayo pwede kasi hindi kayo naniniwala sa layunin ng pagdinig na ito? Wag po kayo magtago sa mga ganyan. Ang tatapang nyo, sabi nga ni Congressman Abante, in the advent of social media, suddenly Filipinos become political analysts. They become journalists. They become experts. We need your wisdom. Diba? Kayo, ang gagaling nyo magtuligsa eh. Dito nyo gawin para nang sa ganun, makagawa tayo ng isang pulisiya na hindi po maabuso ito. Ngayon, nandiyan kayo sa social media. Kung mag-retire kayo, wala na kayo, hindi na kayo nagbablog. Paano kaya yung mga susunod na mga vloggers? Yun lamang po ang layunin natin dito. Kaya huwag kayong magdahilan na hindi kayo nagpupunta rito dahil hindi kayo pupunta dito kasi hindi kayo naniniwala sa layunin ng investigasyon na ito. We want to craft a policy, a remedial legislation so that there will be discipline and code of ethics in the practice and use of our social media platform, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 7 na lang naman pala to. So, tapusin na natin. Maikli na lang to. Ito may excuse letter din si Mark Anthony de la Cruz Lopez. I was supposed to stand in front of this committee today in what has been asserted as inquiry on fake news peddlers, narco-bloggers, and pogo-funded bloggers in aid of legislation. I would have love to really open up and tell you my story on how I evolved from being an ordinary citizen. Mahaba po siya, mga 5 pages siya. Pero tinitingnan ko po, you see Mr. Fernandez and Barbers, I reiterate that I am a citizen of the Republic and I actually understand that the premise of your so-called inquiry is without basis, nor cannot understand on solid legal ground. I therefore invoke my rights as provided for in the Constitution and decline your invitation. So, mahaba po yung kanyang letter and I cannot understand fully, but this is the content of the letter. So, what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chairman, once again, the letter that was sent to this committee is not valid. I move to issue a cause order for that invited guest.
Okay, if there's a motion to issue a cause order to Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez. Any second the motion?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none? Yes, the said motion is now approved. Okay, ito naman galing kay Attorney Trixie Angeles. I respectfully decline this invitation as I question the legality of the inquiry as well as the proposed legislation for being violative of the constitutional guarantee of free speech.
Is she a lawyer? Is she a lawyer?
Yes, Attorney Trixie.
A lawyer.
I think, attorney. So what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chairman, I might have two motions, Mr. Chairman. First motion, Mr. Chairman, is to issue a show cause order to Attorney what?
Trixie Angeles.
Attorney Angeles.
Show cause din yan.
That is my first motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, about the
Second motion.
duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
My second motion, Mr. Chairman, is for the legal department of this House to study if ever there is a violation because he is an officer of the court. And he should respect the constitutional duty of Congress. And question of legality, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that we will consult the legal department of this House for a possible disbarment case against Attorney Trixie Angeles po. So move, Mr. Chairman.
The COMSEC is hereby directed. Oh, no, it's a motion. So there's a motion to...
Second.
Wait. Your motion is to ask the legal
The
department.
legal department for a possible disbursement case against Attorney Trixie Angeles.
So there's a motion cited by Congressman Paduano. Any second the motion? Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. About Richard Mata, thank you for your invitation. I just received this yesterday, just a day before the event. I consulted my lawyer and was advised not to attend. The late invitation plus the unclear purpose of the event, we support the freedom of speech. So, what's the pleasure of this body?
The same thing with the others, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion
I
to
think we have a
issue show cause order.
There's a motion. Any second the motion? Duly second, any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. About the Aaron Peña. While I initially wanted to accept, I would like to respectfully decline your invitation to share my knowledge on matters that were raised by Representative Ace Barbers in his privileged speeches. Last year, after a series of consultation with my lawyers, I would like to categorically state that I am neither paid by POGO operators nor drug lords, and so my knowledge is not used for the goal of the joint committee. Same thing. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a show cause order for...
There's a motion to issue a show cause order to this person. Any second the motion? Second the motion. Duly seconded. An objection, hearing none, the said motion is approved. And Kisette Chu. This in reference to your invitation to the joint inquiry congressional hearing on social media. After careful consideration, I would like to respectfully turn down your invitation due to these following reasons. Mahaba po yung reasons. 4 pages. And sa nababasa ko ba, ang tema niya ay justification of the laws protecting their rights. So I think, what's the pleasure again? I think it's not about health reasons or whatever. It's also justifying not to be present on today's hearing.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a cause order
Yes,
for
the
the
motion
mentioned
to
invited guests.
show cause order to Ms. Crisette Chu, and this was duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the said motion is now approved. About the Sean Wayne, it's a long excuse as well. No health issues and not out of the country. So I think same. No, it's not out of the country. So, nag-decline lang siya. And this goes also to Miss Ethel Garcia, para yun at point natin. So, dalawa po sila, same naman ang reason almost.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a cause order for both the invitees that also mentioned by the chairman. So,
The motion to issue show cause order to Miss Ethel Garcia and Sean Wayne, duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. So now we will be
Mr. Chairman, just one last admin.
11:30 na. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the committee has received a letter coming from the Philippine Entertainment Portal, and they're requesting for their presence to be invited in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, so that they can also give some inputs with regards to the House resolution that we are tackling in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so we will be inviting them over as well. There's a motion duly seconded by Congressman Luiso. Any objection? The said motion on the said motion, hearing no objection, the said motion is now approved. Okay, punta na po tayo sa flow ng presentation natin. Kanina, sinabi po natin yung academe po mauna. We will be recognizing via Zoom si Dr. Rachel Khan, Associate Dean, UP College of Media and Communication. Pakinggan po natin yung mga taga-academe natin. Go ahead, Andiyan ba siya?
Kung mauna to, kasi mag-out na siya.
Okay, so unahin po muna natin si Dr. Jonathan Ong, University of Massachusetts. Andiyan po ba siya? Via Zoom as well. So via Zoom. Sige, go ahead. Sige, Dr. Ong, you are now recognized. Sige, Dr. Ong, you are now recognized. Please proceed.
Academic research and tech policy papers on social media and disinformation. Since 2016, I've collaborated with many news and nonprofit organizations in the country. Several of them are invited and present in today's hearings. I've also presented in previous hearings on fake news at the Senate related to elections as well as on foreign interference. So, ang una ko pong
Dr. Jonathan Ong, for a while, we have problem with the audio. Can you refrain from speaking just yet? So, technical, can you kindly paki-increase lang po yung volume? Dr. Jonathan Ong, you can now proceed, please. We'll just try to check it out.
All right. Can you hear me fine? Can you see the presentation?
Much better. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So magandang umaga po. I'm a professor.
Mr. Jonathan Ong, Dr. Jonathan Ong, again, I'm sorry, Jonathan.
I'm a disinformation researcher and director of Sigla Research Center based po sa Manila, and I've been publishing academic research on social media and disinformation since 2016, and I've collaborated with many human rights organizations and newsrooms, some of them present in today's hearings. I've also presented at the Senate on fake news and elections, as well as on foreign interference. So, ang una ko pong layunin sa araw na ito ay magbahagi ng research on disinformation. Number 2 is to review trends in global context. It's important to conduct comparative research with our neighboring countries kung ano-ano na nga ba yung mga effective solutions based on other countries' direct experiences, including with legislation. Pag-usapan po natin kung paano maaaring suportahan at posibleng pondohan ng gobyerno ang iba't ibang mga interventions. Third, it's important that we share lessons of what has worked and what hasn't in the Philippine context, and what risks that researchers, journalists, and other organizations in this space have been facing. Fourth, I also wanted to share the vision of Sigla Research Center and myself as a sociologist in terms of tech justice here in the Philippine context. So my colleagues advocate for tech justice solutions that are sustainable, long-term, and aligned with our country's cultural context. So first, I wanted to share this free and open access resource for policymakers and also educators curated by Sigla Research Center. You can visit siglaresearchcenter.org and check out this research archive. Ito pong research archive collects many professors' previously published research and policy papers on disinformation in influence operations. So na-publish na po siya sa iba't ibang bansa, pero na-collecto po siya dito sa research archive. Altogether, in reviewing all of them, you can learn about trends across 3 election cycles from 2016, 2019, and 2022 elections. Most recently, we have one paper that also summarizes trends across all 3. Some of you might know that as a sociologist, my specific methodology has also been focused on understanding the business of disinformation for hire. Ito po yung paano magpatakbo ng digital operations during elections and yung mga kampanya at kung ano-ano yung mga klase ng operators na kumikita ng pera from disinformation campaigning. We also include papers in this archive led by other academics such as Fatima Gao who discussed influencer marketing and paano kumikita ng pera ang mga influencers bawat halalan using advertising technology of social media platforms. Finally, we have collected research about counter-disinformation actors in the Philippines and kung ano-ano yung mga interventions na na-implement dito sa ating bansa. So, baka may mga nakakaalam na po sa inyo itong research paper published noong 2018 entitled Architects of Network Disinformation. I was asked to share this with you again today. This research was co-authored with Jason Cabañas, and this analyzed the behind-the-scenes work of disinformation campaigns, how they are organized, the different kinds of workers involved, who sets the agenda, and who executes the campaign. So our research involved interviews with politicians, political operators at various levels of the hierarchy, kasama na dito mga advertising and PR specialists, influencers, fake account operators, and digital volunteers. This academic paper has also been translated as a podcast produced by Puma Podcast, where we interviewed disinformation whistleblowers. So ito po yung mga operators na nagtrabaho sa mga political campaigns, and you can hear from them directly. Maririnig nyo how they were recruited into their work at paano sila kumikita ng pera. 3 of our findings: political trolls are not tech-brainwashed, uneducated, poor voters in rural areas. Some of them are from middle-class families, and they see political trolling as just a side gig, a hustle to make ends meet. There are different kinds of workers, and we need to hold accountable the people at the top, yung mga elites in advertising and PR industries. Ibig sabihin, sana wag lang po natin habulin yung mga low-level workers, yung mga bots, but pati na rin yung mga mastermind. Pero mahirap pong gawin itong kind of research. Ang naging pangalan po sa methodology ng research na ito ay Disinformation for Hire, yung pag-aaral ng paano nagiging hanap buhay, kumbaga, ang paggawa ng fake news sa industriya. So, ang napag-aralan namin ay ito. Investigative research into the business of disinformation is risky and costly. It requires financial investment and also legal support. So, yung mga researchers and journalists who do this are also threatened when doing this kind of risky research. This is difficult to execute because it requires the cooperation of whistleblowers. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang ito monitoring kung ano yung nakikita natin sa social media. Kailangan may ma-invite tayo na magpa-interview sa mga researcher ng mga tao na insiders talaga sa industriya. This means that We need civil society to support worker power movement building in the digital and creative industries. Kailangan ma-encourage natin sila at magkaisa, mapag-usapan ng ethics or lack thereof sa industriya. So, may iba't ibang interventions na nasubukan na. So, for example, codes of ethics have been attempted by legal advocacy groups like Lente, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Unfortunately, these attempts have had very little buy-in from advertising and PR agencies themselves because it threatens their ways of working and their bottom line. Thus, it has become easier to just hunt and fact-check low-level trolls and bots rather than to hold accountable itong mga masterminds. So, pag-usapan din natin ang foreign interference. And it's important that we review prior research. Of course, it's important to invest in cybersecurity monitoring of foreign interference. Ito po yung pag-track ng mga bot accounts operated overseas and how they interfere on wedge issues, such as how Chinese accounts were discovered by Facebook's own investigation as pushing CCP propaganda around the West Philippine Sea. However, we also need to fund local investigative research that can probe the transnational labor networks to expose itong mga financial transactions during campaigns, especially during elections. So, for example, during the 2019 elections, we found at least one example of a Chinese mainland business tycoon funding a local politician's digital operations for a mayoral race. Dahil may personal business interests siya sa lugar na iyon at naisip niya na matulungan itong local politician. This should also count as foreign interference and ways of circumventing campaign finance regulation in the country. So, kasama na din sa pag-discuss ng foreign interference, we need to understand how it can come from many different countries, including from our allied countries, such as the United States. Reuters journalists last year exposed the Pentagon as seeding anti-vaccine memes in our country at the height of COVID. We need to pursue unanswered questions from this expose, including identifying possible local Filipino collaborators who participated in the translation and dissemination of this US-funded disinformation campaign. So I'm almost at the very end of this presentation. I just wanted to highlight research from other neighboring countries about the risks of top-down government legislation against fake news. So it's important to recognize that many human rights organizations and international legal scholars have raised alarm about the global trend of anti-fake news laws being used as quote-unquote weaponized lawfare. Ang sabi po ng maraming eksperto ay ang mga batas ukol sa fake news ay karanasan nagagamit in an inconsistent and arbitrary fashion, often used by incumbent politicians and governments to target activists, critics, journalists, and opposition parties. So kahit mabuti ang intensyon ng batas, kung hindi specific at transparent ang batas at ang mga implementers na ito, top-down regulation can actually do more harm than good. Kaya nga, kahit UNESCO, nakaaway siya ng mga civil society organizations around Southeast Asia in 2023. So nagalit ang mga civil society organizations sa UNESCO for trying to encourage governments to have control of social media content. They have three objections. In effect, this would be rubber stamping local overregulation. It would embolden authoritarian regulators, and it would incentivize platforms to comply with illegitimate government requests. So these objections are not new. Back in 2018, the Center for the Protection of Journalists spoke out against how journalists have been imprisoned on charges of fake news spreading. It's important to note that we should consider different kinds of legislation, hindi lang po imprisonment and fines penalizing social media users. Pwede din po ay legislation focused at big tech corporation na focus siya on content corrections. So mandating big tech to implement content corrections, or number two, administrative compliance measures for participating in transparency mechanisms with independent researchers. So I'm almost at the final slide, and so now, given the risks of top-down legislation that might do harm than good, yung advocacy ng Sigla Research Center is kailangan civil society-driven ang lunas sa fake news, and kailangan angkop sa ating konteksto. We need to have full awareness of risks of regulatory capture and overreach. So these are four very practical solutions that would be more civil society driven rather than top down and overreaching. First is to broaden the focus beyond content takedowns. Government should be supporting independent research and civil society to mitigate local businesses of disinformation for hire. So kahit meron pong examples of foreign interference, mas typical pa rin itong local disinformation. Number two, you can support whole of society coalitions where academics, journalists, legal experts, librarians, educators, and human rights agencies apply diverse methodologies to promote a healthy public sphere. Hindi lang po isa yung methodology, but kailangan iba't ibang sektor ng ating lipunan ay mag-collaborate. Number three, you can target social media platforms. You can pressure them for transparency initiatives and external audits of their policies as well as their algorithms. These can be reviewed by independent, non-partisan researchers and civil society organizations. Number four, and this is recognizing the broader context of an inevitable contraction of funding because of U.S. foreign aid being contracting, as well as funding from big tech corporations for fact-checking also being halted. You can augment the funding of civil society who are the front line for fighting disinformation. And I just wanted to shout out some of those civil society organizations that you can be supporting and the different methodologies that they have been using to fight fake news. We argue that we need to support all of these methodologies and support ways that they can all work collaboratively rather than work in silos. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan Corpus Ong, for that informative presentation. Maybe later, the members of this committee will be asking questions, but for the meantime, we'll be proceeding to the next resource person who will be presenting as well. So, University of the Philippines, Dr. Rachel Ican, Associate Dean College of Mass Communication. You are now recognized, ma'am? By, present siya. Sige, ma'am, you are now recognized, please.
Honorable Chair, distinguished members of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Correct ko lang po yung sa designation, tapos na po yung term ko as Associate Dean. I am a Professor of Journalism at the UP College of Mass Communication. I am also a co-founder of Check.ph, isa pong collaborative coalition ng mga fact-checkers dito sa Pilipinas, where we strive to cite or help the public distinguish disinformation narratives. If you allow me, I have slides po for the presentation, if it can be flashed.
Sige, go ahead, ma'am.
Kailangan ko po yung slides kasi yun yung visual, yung unang visual po na
Technical, please. Ayan na, ma'am.
Ayan, salamat. Next slide, please. It's very important for us to be able to distinguish no, ang mali. However, ibang usapan to sa disinformation. Yung mga to sa disinformation, yung mga nagpro-provide no, within society. Ang malinformation naman po ay sadyang nananakit po ng tao. It usually attacks reputations through disinformation. No? So, nakikita na, for example, ang deepfake ay example po ng isang malinformation dahil you are already impersonating a real person and putting words in that person's mouth. So ito po, we have to distinguish the intent, no, in tackling the area of information disorder. Next slide, please. So I thought I would just summarize what I have to say in ABCD. Ang abakada po ng disinformation. Ang una po ay manipulative actors. They are people with clear groups, institutions with clear intention to disrupt democratic processes or the information ecosystem. The second is the deceptive behaviors, mga tactic po. And I'll go through it given the limited time one by one. Can we have the next slide? So I'll tackle it more systematically. So una po, manipulative actors. So as Jonathan had said earlier, dun sa nakasite po sa kanyang study Architects of Network Disinformation, ito po ay mga institutions, mga tao, mga groups na nananadyang nagkakalat ng disinformation. I listed here some examples of these manipulative actors, such as yung tinatawag ni or na-label ni Craig Silverman, isang journalist who focuses on disinformation also in the US, na mga black PR agencies. These are boutique PR agencies that really focus on, sometimes they operate during elections to either attack or to attack certain individuals during the election period or feed disinformation in other forms like in environment issues, no, health issues, mga ganyan. So sadya silang nagta-target ng audiences. Many of them are not necessarily members or officially recognized public relation firms in the country, but are also ad hoc. And then po yung mga POGO na or community-based fake account operators. No, so ang danger po ng isa pang danger ng POGO ay they have the machinery and the equipment to operate not just online gaming, but they can easily convert to scamming and other forms of harmful activity. And then of course, apart from them, you also have community-based fake account operators. Ito yung mga grupong na-hire, usually kasama rin sila ng mga black PR na siniset up para mag-attack ng or mag-kalat ng disinformation. Then of course, you have the hired trolls, yung mga tao nila, hired influencers. Now this can be individuals who are selling their platform, no, to the highest bidder, no, to be able to share whatever information their financier wants to give out. No, whether it's just for propaganda sake or it's disinformation. And then of course, yung grassroots supporters, ito po yung hindi ito bayad, ito yung mga na-involve lang sa disinformation dahil masyado silang, for example, loyal sa isang personality. No? So, kung kahit anong sabihin itong influencer na to, i-echo nila. Sort of like blind loyalty. So, many of them are victims also of disinformation. Unfortunately, kahit na biktima sila, sila rin yung nagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon. Alright, so the commonality here is that they are not operating in and for themselves, but are guns for hire, where the weapon is disinformation and the aim is the manipulation of the public sphere. Sometimes po we can, next slide please, there is some times when it's state-sponsored disinformation. As we can see here, I have 2 studies that were published by the Deutsche Welles about Russian disinformation targeting Germany, and published also by the BBC News of Chinese-led state propaganda and disinformation. Next po, letter B, deceptive behavior. I'm narrowing this down to what I think is the most threatening. First is the inauthentic coordinated behavior. Ito po, as Jonathan had also mentioned earlier, pwede po nating hanapan ng paraan para mabawasan to at to go after those who actually finance this. This is the multiple digital actors working together to create false impressions of popularity, consensus, and authenticity. Minsan po, sa isang opisina lang, kunyari, marami silang hawak na cellphone, marami silang hawak na mga mobile numbers, pero sa isang tao or isang grupo lang nanggagaling, making it appear that something is popular or viral. Clickbait rin, ginagamit ito as a tool, whether as a meme, thumbnail, to attract unsuspecting viewers. And astroturfing, it's a creation of or an illusion of grassroots support when it's really just bots and also influence peddlers. As we said earlier, next slide, deepfakes falls under the deceptive behaviors we find in the internet today. Marami po nang nabiktima ng mga celebrity tsaka mga news personalities. Mahanap nyo sa web na kunyari nagbebenta ng mga health products pero hindi naman totoo. Si Presidente po ay nabiktima rin ito, yung if you recall the issue on, may sinabi daw siya sa West Philippine Sea na hindi naman totoo. Then harmful content, C, next slide please. So there are several types of harmful content. I just have enumerations of 8 here. False medical information, incitement to violence, no, ito yung hate speech, encourages and glorifies violence, including suicides, defamation, election interference, financial fraud, imposter content. Yung imposter content, yung nag-hack into legitimate websites and creating a clone website. So, akala ng mga viewers, pinupuntahan nila yung, kunyari, pinupuntahan nila yung Inquirer, yung pala ay clone site siya ng mga disinformers. And then, public safety risks also, yung mga fake emergencies, or yung mga fake na humihingi ng tulong dahil sa isang typhoon or whatever, pero wala pa naman sila doon or hindi naman sila talaga apektado. So next slide, some examples of harmful medical content that can be found on the web. Depot distribution, next slide. Disinformation distribution networks. Like we said, the thing about social media, it operates on algorithms. So, nag-create itong mga algorithm na to. Next slide, please. Nag-create itong mga algorithms na to, ng mga echo chambers. So, lalo ng kung panay disinformation yung laman ng social media mo, then it's likely na yun lang yung nakikita mo at yun rin yung nasa spread mo sa internet. Automated bots also are there to boost algorithm para sila yung nagva-viral at sila yung nag-appear sa ating mga social media feeds. And then of course, yung mga paid influencers, because of the number of their subscribers or their viewership, they can easily affect the algorithms in favor of whatever they're posting. And then of course, yung mga fake accounts, ito yung mga either inauthentic accounts or secondary accounts of mga clone accounts of real people. So some policy, next slide please. I'd like to echo what Jonathan said earlier, but I also have a few of my own here, in my policy analysis and recommendations. So first, there's a need to balancing the need to combat fake news with protecting fundamental rights is a complex challenge that requires extensive evaluation and flexibility in adjustment. So hindi ito black and white na issue. Kailangan po the bottom line is still the protection of our freedom of expression, freedom of the press, especially the right of the people to information. Current laws in the ASEAN, such as the Malicious Anti-Fake News Act of 2018 and Singapore's Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act, or PORMA, while sounding positive in combating disinformation, is more of an obstruction of civil liberties and media freedom. Kung titignan natin po itong dalawang sample na laws na to, malabo po, very ambiguous po yung definition nila ng disinformation. So kahit ano pwede mo siya ipasok. Kahit na legitimate reporting po ng news, especially on areas of corruption or public complaint of, let's say, services not rendered by public utilities, etc., pwede pong masakop dito. So, it's really against freedom of expression. Pero merong silang, well, in terms of PORMA, I will mention a few that provisions that they're kinda okay. But first, emphasis on media and information literacy by involving various stakeholders, including governments, technology companies, civil society organizations, and the academe, in developing and implementing strategies to educate the public. Yung current nating MIL courses sa grades 11 and 12, they are only 1 quarter. So it's not enough considering that it's now as important as reading and writing and arithmetic, no? Yung 3 R's, kasama na dapat po ang media literacy, which means that it's hindi lang po sa grades 11 and 12, dapat po bumaba ito ng grade 1 pa lang, ay tinuturuan na natin ng mga bata maging media literate. Penalizing masterminds, no? Especially black PR firms engaged in disinformation. Yung mga influence operators po na sinasabi, there has to be a way to penalize the masterminds rather than yung individual trolls. Kasi wala ho tayong mararating kung maghahabol tayo ng individuals rather than yung naghara sa kanila or yung nagbabayad sa kanila. Some solutions in other countries, next slide please. Sa Finland, they have implemented a comprehensive media literacy program in schools and the general population, leading to higher levels of public awareness and resilience against disinformation. So Taiwan, they have adopted a rapid response mechanism to counter disinformation involving fact-checking organizations, government agencies, and social media platforms. This approach has been effective in addressing false information quickly. At sana ho ito ma-replicate natin dito. Kaya nating i-replicate to if there is collaboration among and support with fact-checking organizations, especially now that Meta has removed their partnership with third-party fact-checkers. Yung sa Singapore PORMA law, they also have applied various contexts of quickly addressing and correcting false information. So, meron silang executive rapid response where they publish the correction together with the false information para makita kagad ng public kung ano yung mali at ano yung tamang information. So ito po yung mga aking masasuggest at this time. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. Risha Lican. So, dito na tayo kay Attorney Michael T. Chu, UP College of Law, and then after which we will be proceeding to the government agencies. Attorney Michael Chu, you are now recognized by Zoom?
Yes.
By Zoom. Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honors. I will share a presentation as well. Hopefully it is visible. And I want to acknowledge also that my presentation draws on the work of Dr. Ong because he has done a lot of work in studying this information in our context and reiterating as well that there are differences among disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, as Dr. Khan had mentioned. But I want to highlight in this information, for example, from a legal perspective, there should be a justification for the regulation or whatever law that may be passed that targets this information. And it's not insurmountable. There are ways to do that. I think that the first thing that I would say is that human rights experts in the UN system or the special procedures, for example, will say that we do not punish disinformation per se, but we focus on the agenda and also the intent, which is what distinguishes this information from the others, which they intend to propagate false information for a particular agenda. And I say that because that has to be squared with our constitutional framework on freedom of expression and how expression can be regulated. I want to also reiterate the context that is important here, Your Honors, because while we do take guidance or we compare our approach to the approaches of other states, it is important to recognize that those states may not have as robust free expression environment as we do, or have different histories or experiences. For example, if we look to the laws of Germany restricting hate speech, you will understand why their approach on hate speech is that way, a little bit stricter than most because of their experiences with World War II and the atrocities that followed, versus the experiences of the United States, for example, which really is inclined to protect free expression in the widest breadth possible. And on that note, a lot of our doctrine and laws in the Philippines hew towards the U.S. approach, not entirely, but closer to that than, let's say, Germany's approach. In the same way that Canada's approach is different from ours because they have specific values, constitutional values that they want to promote, let's say, the protection of democratic society, which is something that we share with them, but that's part of their legal tests, actually. Okay. So just to reiterate some of the ways in which this information is propagated online, and again, I defer to the other experts on this, but these are the ways, and I think we see them being conducted, being done in platforms and elsewhere in the internet. Social engineering, for example, will employ methods that that recreate or that truncates or changes the context, or context is missing, and of course that also transforms particular content through the use of technology. Okay, and these are some of the models. Dr. Ong's work generated some of the models, and I'll defer to him regarding that. I also just want to emphasize that that companies should be able to see, social media companies, for example, should be able to see disinformation networks because these accounts are interconnected. See, so often because of analytics and the technology that they use, they will be able to spot patterns in their platforms, and that should be visible to them. And especially when these disinformation networks cross platforms. So, for example, in the case of Meta, where you have Facebook and Instagram, they can cross platforms, and therefore it should also be visible to those companies, given that they also use algorithms and artificial intelligence to spot those. Okay, so again, your honors have already stated the effect of this information on our institutions. I will not reiterate that, just to also say that it also has an effect on the population and could be counterproductive to all the other education measures that we have been doing, which means more education than is called for. Okay. So these are some of the strategies that have been offered, and we'll discuss them briefly in a little bit in the context of how other countries approach it. My contribution to the discussion would be to echo that, of course, expression and content are protected under the Constitution, save under exceptions. And this was why I emphasized earlier that disinformation per se need to be carefully reckoned with, because it's such a breadth that some protected expression or a lot of protected expression might be covered by a law on disinformation. So, but there are ways again to deal with that from the legal standpoint, in addition to the policy recommendations. So we have fact-checking, of course, platforms do that, although as discussed by Dr. Khan, Meftad taken a different path here. Media literacy. So some studies, especially, let's say this case study from West African countries, tell us that when students are taught media literacy and critical thinking skills, they are able to better combat this information, because the end user or those who are targeted with this information are able to discern the type of information that they are receiving. And so, again, to the point that was asked in the invitation to talk about education, education is really an important part of it, but really tailored education and also in the formative stages, because, and also the universities will be very important, because critical thinking is also developed at that level, a deeper critical thinking. So, and then some of these also suggested by our experts. Now, I want to turn to the approaches of the countries, our neighbors, and those who are elsewhere. Singapore, as mentioned, has a law that focuses on online falsehoods that can harm public interest. And some of the remedies in this law will be correction orders. So I think you scale it. And international law also requires us to be proportionate in our response. So if the response to the type of harm can be remedied by a correction order, you don't need to remove it. A takedown order if it's of a graver nature, and then account restrictions would be imposed on such grave offense. So there are penalties involved there. Vietnam also has a decree on this, and it targets interstate service providers, internet service providers as well, and social media platforms, and one of the remedies is removal of content that they define as illegal. Mexico's government has a fact-checking site, so this is also an important countermeasure used broadly, so that there is a government source that counter-checks whatever information, false information is out there. And Finland, as was mentioned, also have national media education policies and new literacies program. This ties deeply into the whole of society or nation approach that was mentioned earlier, because this cannot be addressed by one single law only and penal law only. It also has to be proactive in preventing future susceptibility to this information. Nigeria has a private effort called Africa Check. Canada has anti-online disinformation that has tools relating to different types of specific areas where disinformation happens. And the Netherlands also has a program like Canada and Finland, and they assign this to various ministries. Australia uses a task force to monitor this information, and again, the importance of a media literacy campaign that is meaningful and not just something that you post online and you leave that there. So it has to involve stakeholders like our educational institutions. France has law on election misinformation, so it's very specific and defines particular terms which we'll turn to earlier. One of the more significant regulations will come from the European Union through the Digital Services Act. Here, the focus would be on platforms, large platforms. I think the threshold is 45 million users or subscribers, and there are certain obligations that are imposed on those platforms for them to be able to operate in the European Union. And just to recall as well that the European Union is an economic union for the most part, and so that's the target. But it also protects EU citizens from harm. So they are obliged to do risk assessments, those companies, to report those risk assessments and to be audited by an independent third party. So, and then if not, then there will be consequences. There will also be penalties there. Germany has a law, as I mentioned earlier, but the context is different. So this is a summary of those. To turn to our approach, and I will go quickly because, of course, as members of the House of Representatives, you are very much aware of these. But we have unprotected speech in our constitutional framework that is already existing. So as mentioned earlier, libel and defamation. So some of the ills or the problems that had been mentioned earlier might already be covered by unprotected speech. So these things, of course, Congress can legislate on, can amend the laws that we already have based as well on case law that the Supreme Court had released interpreting some of these provisions. So these would be helpful guideposts in what is unprotected or protected. The rest that are not covered by those would be protected. And so if Congress, the House of Representatives, decides to pass a law that restricts expression that is not covered by those which are already unprotected, then that law must be analyzed or must be crafted with foresight in mind that challenges to the law that restricts expression might have to contend with these particular tests. And I will not discuss all of them, but the most relevant for us, the Brandenburg test, which is recently reiterated by the court in the anti-terrorism law case, might not be as relevant here because that speaks of incitement. But what is relevant here might be the clear and present danger test. So here, as we can see how the test is formulated, Congress has the right to legislate on an evil that the government has a right to prevent. So that can be very broad. But that legislation can only pass muster, constitutional muster, if, again, the danger is clear and it is present. So my point there is for the legislation to be very, very clear in its policy declaration and in the provisions with respect to the danger that is being addressed and the imminence of that danger. It cannot be something that is hypothetical. And so those are some of the tests that we have, Your Honors, and I'll be open to questions on them later because in the interest of time. But one of the international laws that also govern state conduct is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Here it allows laws that might have an impact on speech as long as it satisfies three tests. The first one is legality. So that means that the law's definition have to be very clear so that the citizen, who in this case we may have an issue of trolls or influencers that will bear the impact, know exactly what conduct to avoid. And that shouldn't also lead to chilling effect. And then the legitimate aim is covered because public order is one of the legitimate aims, as well as respect for the rights and reputations of others, and necessity and proportionality. So the fines should not be too exorbitant, or imprisonment should not be too exorbitant that it's no longer proportionate to what was, let's say, it's misinformation or malinformation as opposed to disinformation. Meta strategy was also discussed earlier. So just breezing through, and maybe I'll end here with the final points on what the U.S. had ban. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission Act declares that unlawful, unfair, or deceptive acts or practices that includes influencers. And part of the practice guidance here is for disclosures from influencers. I think we've also heard about this case about the TikTok ban in the U.S., and that's coming from a law that protects U.S. citizens from foreign adversary-controlled applications. So this requires divestment, if you want to continue operating in the country, divestment of the foreign adversaries' stake in the corporation or in the application. And that is narrow here because they define who exactly is a foreign adversary. So they identify particular countries. In the case of TikTok, they identify China. And so these are some of the proposals that were mentioned earlier. I will no longer repeat them, but I am open to questions of your honors later. I think that final point is that artificial intelligence might be leveraged for this, but it's a double-edged sword because artificial intelligence had also been used in that disinformation strategy. Thank you very much, your honors.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be allowing the members to ask questions. Konti na naman po itong magpe-present. We'll be proceeding to the government agencies. Unahin po natin si Secretary. Secretary Ivan, thank you for being here on our invitation. You have a presentation, sir? Set? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The presentation will be presented by our Cybersecurity Undersecretary, Jeff D.
Okay, you said, Jeff, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our Secretary of ICT, Secretary Ivan Janway. The presentation po is just an overview of...
You said, can you kindly speak louder, yung mic? The reason why we invited the government agencies is to find out if they are compliant with the Republic Act 10175, especially on the implementation of the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center. Kung ito po ay nagpa-function para to abate this problem of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And siguro with your presentation, makaklaro sa ating mga kababayan kung ano na yung estado at kinalalagyan ng ating gobyerno on abating this problem. Thank you, Yusek and Secretary. You can proceed with your presentation.
So Mr. Chair, so there will be two presentations. One presentation from the DICT USEC for cyber, and then the next presentation will be from CICC on specifically what your point of inquiry.
Yes, bali, sa ano muna, on the point of the department.
Yes.
And then afterwards, yung sa CICC, which was created under Republic Act 10175, they have presented to that as well already. But nakita namin na very informative at siguro kailangan malaman po ito ng taong bayan. So sige, Yusek Jeffrey, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. So yung presentation lang po, if we can flash it on the screen. This presentation also went through the CICC, the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Council Executive Committee, which convened last week. Next slide, please. Just an overview, the Philippines is ranked number 2.
Quiet, please. Okay, go ahead.
Just an overview of the Philippine social media landscape. The Philippines is ranked number 2 in social media usage, with approximately 86.75 million social media users. That constitutes about 73.4% of the entire population. We average daily 3 hours and 34 minutes of screen time in social media. And the most popular app still remains to be Facebook and Facebook Messenger. A very far second is TikTok, although Instagram and X, which was formerly Twitter, is more famous dun sa younger audiences. Let me point out lang, Your Honors, that most people maintain multiple social media accounts. So the statistics might be a little skewed in favor of Facebook because some who also use other social media platforms have their own Facebook accounts. Next slide, please. So, with regard to misinformation and concerns, according to a survey by the World Economic Forum and some other, and the United Nations, 43.9% of Filipino social media users follow particular influencers, and 63.8% of users signified concerns about what is real or fake on the internet. 70% of Filipinos on social media also bought a product due to an advertisement by an influencer's recommendation. We're generally talking about influencers not necessarily as artists, but also yung mga sikat po na mga vloggers at saka yung mga sikat pong nagbebenta sa TikTok at saka sa Facebook Marketplace. Next slide, please. We would like to present two cases just to express the challenges of the law enforcement agencies when it comes to enforcing the law, specifically on disinformation, malinformation, etc. No? We would like to present the case of the Pulburon, which is where napatunayan na naman po, nagkaroon na po ng forensics ang NBI, ang PNP, the DICT already spoke on it, CICC, the center also spoke, Verifiles, and the other private parties already said with finality that that was a deepfake. The deepfake was first presented in a rally in the United States. Seemingly, a face of the president was swapped to a person inhaling a white substance in that particular video. Next slide. So, in this particular incident, sinabi na po, like I mentioned earlier, maliwanag po na this is a deepfake which was intended to malign the president and the current leadership. It is a manipulated video featuring the president. And we already issued, all government agencies were one in issuing a clarification that this was false and this was deepfake. I will discuss more about that, sir, but I would like to highlight a second case. Yung second case naman po, next slide, bago ko po i-discuss yung two cases. This one is, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for presenting this, but this is already in social media po in TikTok. A particular person under the handle of AMP Satire had been producing deepfakes, but this time it is different. This time inaamin po niya na deepfake yung pinoproduce niya at meron po siyang kolatilya na sinasabi niya yung kaniyang pinipresent is for political satire. Sinasabi niya na these are all satirical and these are all political opinions. So yung isa po, hindi niya inamin, sinasabi, yung baliktad po, yung Pulburon case, sinasabi nila na totoo yun. Ito naman pong si AMP Satire, almost every day nagpo-produce sa TikTok, sinasabi niya, this is satire. And that this is for fun. Yun nga lang po, obviously, ang tinatarget po niya, nandiyan po si number 1 in our constitutional hierarchy, the President, and then followed by the number 4 in our constitutional hierarchy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and some other personalities involved. Next slide.
So mga targets yan, talagang they are being hired to malign the persons of those political personalities.
So to be honest, Mr. Chair, we do not have specific information yet, but we are willing to share results of investigation of our efforts to track down the entire machinery being used, which is on the next slide, Mr. Chair.
All right, sige, go ahead.
Wala lang, Mr. Chair.
Nag-react kasi nakita ko yung picture ko eh. So, kaya I-reacted.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Sige, pero kung meron na kayong makikuhang mga sources dyan, maganda for us. Sige, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, first I would like to seek the apology of the committee because no charges until now have been filed with case to the Pulburon, pero meron kaming map out of the personalities that engage in kung sino yung anchor. Ang tawag namin doon anchor eh. Yung parang source, tapos ini-spread nila systematically using a case of hashtags.
So you have the information about that?
But we would like to request sana, sir, kasi wala pa namang official case na we are ready to present this sana in executive session to Congressmen.
Surely we have to have an executive session on that matter. This entails national security. Okay, Congressman Barbers.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification kay Yusek Jeff. No? Ang ibig mong sabihin identify nyo kung saan nag-originate yung video?
Sir, yung originate, hindi po, how would I say it? May suspect po kami sino yung anchor, kung saan sinishare, similar to the academic discussions earlier made by the academe, usually meron siyang anchor, and then po pwedeng because naniniwala ka lang, hindi ka naman paid, pero kung papaano din i-disseminate. So meron po siyang
with the indulgence of Congressman Ace Barbers, kasi itong information na to, very critical as well. Kasi sa atin, okay lang yung personal natin eh. Yung personal natin, we can talk about it eh. But if this video pertaining to, halimbawa, yung sa West Philippine Sea, tapos sasabihin natin yung source na yun, ma-identify natin, it might jeopardize yung operation ng DICT. So I believe that we need to have a executive session on this matter. Because I know what you're driving at, Chairman, but kasi kung sa atin lang, sige, okay na yan, pero makikita yung intention eh. So, wag. I believe that we have to have an executive session.
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Chair, but my question directed to the USEC Jeff is, alam nila kung kaya nga kinaklarify ko, sabi nyo yung anchor ba, yung origin? Hindi.
not necessarily so, Your Honor.
So, but when you say anchor,
The source of the shares.
siya yung responsible in sharing.
That's correct.
And you have a person in mind. You have a suspect.
We have a series of people who could be the anchors because sila sa kanila yung, kumbaga pag in-ABC po, sila yung root. Sila yung main
And if
propagators.
evidence warrants, magpa-file kayo ng kaso.
If the case,
May we know ano yung kasong ipa-file nyo?
sir, if meron nga po kaming question, we will present that po, Your Honor, because we're discussing
Thank
that.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yusek.
Okay, Yusek, you can proceed with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to the next slide po. So, here are the open debates that we are having in which we would like to share to the public and also to the esteemed Tricom so that para makita po kung gaano ka-complex yung issue ng misinformation and disinformation. If we focus on the Polveron case, the questions in mind that we are discussing among the Executive Committee of the CICC, which includes the NBI, the PNP-ACG, and the DOJ, is that will this fall under the sedition, revised penal code article 139, or a rebellious act or sedition? Because the element must be that the offender rises publicly and tumultuously, among other things. Ito naman po kasi openly pinananawagan nila na BBM resign. Mamaya po ipapakita rin namin yung pag nakita niyo po kasi yung hashtags, ang ginamit nila is hashtag Polvoron, hashtag BBM resign. And then they used hashtag PNP, hashtag AFP. Parang it seems that they are fooling the public that the AFP, our armed elements, our legitimate armed forces, are part of this particular call. So may mga ganun po kasing ginamit sila.
Pero Yusek, yung hashtag is like, para lang inform kayo of this content, right?
Yes, sir, but it's also being used as a metric for virality among social media.
To make it viral.
To make it viral, yes, sir.
But they're not part of that.
No, yes, sir.
Sige, okay.
Next slide, please. So, now, in this particular case study, again, let me emphasize two things which our esteemed colleagues from the academy have already presented. The case of the Polvoron is very, very clear mal-information. Kiniklaim nila totoo ito. So, it is a national security concern. In the case of AMP Satire, it was self-identified, pero tinatago pa rin po niya yung kanyang yung kanyang true identity. So, mga questions namin ngayon, does it fall under sedition law? Can sedition case be filed in the case of Polvoron case? Pero ito po yung number 3 bullet point po ang actually mas mahirap. Usually, the information being requested on the actual people behind handles, like in the case of AMP Satire or in the case of other, kasi hindi po totoong identity minsan yung pinapost nila sa Facebook, nahihirapan po kaming mag-acquire. Kasi we need to issue a cyber warrant, and I think the law enforcement agencies would be more would be more authoritative to ans to enlighten that matter. Pero usually po kasi for the case of cyber libel, pag magpa-file po ng MLAT, which is mutually legal assistance treaty, sasabihin ng US, for example, but libel is not a criminal offense in our jurisdiction. Ergo, wala, you cannot compel us to produce that information. Just to give you an example, Your Honor. So, next slide.
Dahil sa kanila, sa states, it's civil.
Civil case po ang libel.
And it was committed in the United States.
The United States, yes.
And that's the reason why it's hard for us to...
One of the reasons why we're having some
Yeah,
difficulties.
correct. But talking about you were talking about the subpoena power.
Yes, sir.
Papunta po kayo doon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir. Subpoena po. So, here, I would like to express, gusto lang po namin ipakita sa public and sa members ng Congress kung ano po yung similar laws, pero on a more practical note. Kanina kasi diniscuss ng academe yung ibang laws, but more on a, on more academic note. Ito practical lang po. How do other countries treat cyber warrants? Sa atin po kasi pareho tayo ng US, which is the first row, mag-a-apply ka sa court. But there are some other countries na ina-allow nila, for example, yung prosecution or competent police authorities to issue a limited power to subpoena information. And that's where we're coming from. For example, Russia has that. Singapore has a limited power on that. And also the United Kingdom. Next slide po. Now, in terms of retention, nagiging problema rin po kasi from a law enforcement perspective yung retention. Sometimes, magpa-file ng kaso 8 months down the road kasi doon lang naging available yung warrants and yung information that we need. Pero burado na. I understand that the social media networks, I hope nga they are here, sa kanilang servers which is located elsewhere in the world but not in the Philippines, I'm sure they have that data. Because they also have data retention policies with other countries. But in the country po kasi, we follow some similar to the United States again, and Singapore and Russia na magre-retain lang sila ng information upon the request of law enforcement agencies. Unlike other countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, na meron talaga silang data retention policies even for social media. So, next slide po. And so here is a summary of the issues and of what we are requesting just in case something to think about po dun sa House Bill that was proposed for social media regulation. And this is what the DICT has been referring to as social media regulation. Hindi naman namin sinasabi na kokontrolin natin social media, but just to allow the law enforcement agencies to have more immediate power to react. Kasi ngayon po, nasa 3-second rule na po ang social media. 3 seconds scroll ka po eh. Tapos, in a day, viral na siya, but our courts will take months before they can issue the warrant. By that time, tapos na yung viral, ibang issue na po yung viral. So, for example, we have a challenge in obtaining information and evidence. Sinabi ko na po yung sa jurisdictional issue. If the crime or the alleged crime was committed outside of the Philippines and they don't treat it as a crime, we have a difficulty obtaining information. Now, on the third bullet point po on takedown requests and parameters and content removal, we take note, which was also discussed by the academe, the Decini case versus the Secretary of Justice in questioning the constitutionality of 10175. We understand that if the law is too superfluous or ambiguous, they strike it down as unconstitutional. But let me point out also, Mr. Chair, that in the OSAIC law, it was allowed na may auto-takedown kapag ka child pornography. So, I think if we craft a law that will allow a auto-takedown but with specific parameters so as not to curtail freedom of expression in the interest of national security, then we can, then I think that could be allowed. No? So, an answer to the Decini versus Secretary of Justice when they question the
You're talking about the automatic takedown on the part of the platforms.
Yes po. Actually, yung ano po kasi 10175, if I remember the original provision was section 5, grants the power to the Secretary of Justice to issue a takedown order on any website or platform if there is evidence that there was a criminal intent doon po sa post. Yun po yung na-strike down ng Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court.
Section 12 ba? I'm sorry, I'm not sure about the section, sir, but there is a section there. NTC was telling me section 19 now, sir. So yun yung na-strike down, but I think, as I mentioned, yung sa OSAIC law kasi inallow ng Supreme Court, basta child pornography. So with the proper parameters.
And that's the reason why we invited also the platforms. Unfortunately, sa ating briefing, andun yung TikTok, yung ByteDance, but now they are not here. So we will be inviting them over again. And now we will be also observing the proper procedure on how to tackle those invitees who are not present on today's hearing. So Google, ByteDance, Meta, and I think YouTube. So later on, I'll be asking the members also to have a motion. Sige, go ahead, proceed please.
And Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the Tricom, we also propose that there be a data retention policy where the law enforcement can ask for data just in case a case is to be filed in the future date. So, yun po kasi isa sa mga nagiging problems natin. In the case of Pulveron, na-take down na nga yata yung mga posts.
So, ang ibig sabihin po, Yusek, you're talking about the retention of the post on the social platform.
Opo.
Kasi once na-take down nila yon, ang court will not appreciate the filing of the case without the content being in the page.
That is correct. Kasi ang lalabas po, questionin na, sabihin, screenshot lang naman yung ebidensya mo, or video yan from another video. You took a video of a video in a past social media platform. So medyo nagkakaroon po ng differences or difficulty.
Kaya ako nagulat din ako kasi may mga text sa akin, yung mga nag-post na tinitira tayo, tapos suddenly, wala na, deleted na. So meaning kasi nagkakaroon na sila ng siguro natatakot din po sila because of the action being taken by this Congress. And we need to tell our people that the government is doing their job. Fortunately, the privileged speeches, ikaw lang pala, dalawang speeches yan, di ba? Two privileged speeches that was delivered by Congressman Barbers, and the resolution will do justice not only to the members of this House and the executive department, the ordinary people, the showbiz industry, and others as well. Siguro talagang kailangan gawin po ng CICC, Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center, yung trabaho. Kasi ang worry ko po dyan yung sa subpoena power. Like for example, yung how can you subpoena those who have violated yung mga offensive contents?
So, thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. So, in our presentation, we did mention that walang subpoena powers ang CICC, wala rin ang PNP-ACG. Ang nagsasubpoena po, NBI, but actually, wala rin yatang FORSO. Pero, ang content powers ng NBI, sir?
We have discussed that yesterday in the briefing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yung CICC, walang subpoena power. Yung CICC that was created under 10175.
Correct.
It is just a coordinating center.
Correct.
But the CIDG or the PNP, which is part of the coordinating center, and the NBI have a subpoena power.
Wala rin po. Iba-iba.
So, CIDG? Andiyan si General Torre ata, andyan?
Sir, umalis na po, sir.
Umalis na si General Torre. So, di ba ang CIDG, you have a subpoena power?
Yes, sir, we have, but it is exclusively for cases handled by CIDG.
Cases exclusively handled?
Yes, sir, handled by CIDG.
What do you mean by exclusively handled?
If this case were investigated and subsequently filed by CIDG, then we can issue subpoena.
No. I'm being a part of the coordinating center. Being a part of the cybercrime investigation coordinating center. That will be exclusively a part of the PNP because you are a member of the coordinating center. And that's the reason why you were put in the 10175 precisely. You have the power to subpoena those people. Kaya it is the responsibility of the CIDG having a subpoena power to issue it. to those who have violated the illegal content. Di ba?
Yes, actually, sir,
Hindi
it is
ba
the chief,
NBI?
yes, sir, it is the chief PNP who has the subpoena power, sir.
Huh? No, the CIDG of the subpoena power. That is vested on your directorate. Di ba? O kaya nga kayo, criminal investigation detective. Sayang wala si Chairman ako, baka na-sermonan ka.
No, sir. The chief PNP, sir, is the member, sir, of the CICC. And he has also subpoena power, sir.
Yes, I know that. But the problem is in the creation of the CICC, siyempre, this is being headed by the ICT. Di ba? And then, ang vice chairperson is the NBI. Member, ang chief PNP. Well, kung titignan mo yung caliber of leveling of the positions, medyo nasa member lang si chief PNP. And that's the reason why we are asking the CIDG to fill in the gaps na kayo pumasok. Hindi mo ipasok si chief PNP doon sa pagiging member ng CICC. Hindi atin dyan.
Yes, sir. If it involves investigation conducted by the CICC and the CID is part of this investigation, then we can issue.
You will be a part of the investigation. Why? Because you are a member of the coordinating center. Kaya coordinating center, and the reason why we have a hearing like this, because we wanted to put that CICC as an agency in the amendment that we will be filing. Kailangan na tayo magkaroon ng sariling agency. Hindi lamang po siya coordinating center. We will have a power of an agency to issue subpoena as well. So for the meantime, that we don't have like that agency as just yet, I think the CIDG and the NBI should be coordinating talaga doon sa CICC para may ngipin po talaga tayo. I think yun na naging Yusek Jeff, yun na naging balakid po ninyo. Am I correct?
Well, hindi naman siguro balakid, sir, kasi palagi naman kami nag-uusap. Marami rin namang nahuli na si Yusek Ramos, but nag-focus lang, sir, in the past scams. So, mga MC catchers, scammers. So, you're right, sir. We borrow the powers. So, we coordinate with the law enforcement agency. Sorry for the quote, but seemingly to borrow their powers so that they can, similar to how the PAOK operates po, no? So, kasama ang PNP, kasama yung...
Kasi most especially now that nakita po naman natin that there are issues in the West Philippine Sea. Yung have you seen the post of ni Army Chief natin na nasisira yung kanilang fight sa West Philippine Sea because of the fake that's national security. Di ba? And if I may read, may read, basahin ko lang po. Ito po sinabi ni Commodore J. Tariela, yung Philippine Coast Guard po natin, spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea, on the role of social media influencers in the discourse surrounding the West Philippine Sea. February 3, 2025. Ngayon lang to. Sabi niya, I would like to commend the House of Representatives for leading this initiative by inviting social media personalities who sometimes model the conversation regarding our fight in the West Philippine Sea. At times, some of them even amplify PRC narratives and weaken our own position. It is important that we make these influencers recognize the limitation of their freedom of speech, particularly when it jeopardizes our national interest and undermines our own struggle in the West Philippine Sea. Kasi sila nakakawawa yung ating mga members of the Philippine Coast Guard eh. Diba? Talagang kailangan ng yung exercise of that subpoena power must be enshrined on the CICC.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman Abate, please.
with regards to the problem we have now, the CICC has the right to investigate, diba? Moto proprio investigation. Pwede ba yun? Even though na walang complainant.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pero, when it comes to the subpoena powers, binabato nyo sa law enforcement agencies. Kaya bahala.
If it will lead to an investigation, then we seek the assistance of law enforcement agencies with subpoena powers.
So what do you suggest that this committee would do, for example, to make it more, tawag doon, di ba?
Well, based on our experience of observation, time is of the essence. If you go through that bureaucratic process, delayed, and anything on the net, it takes only a matter of seconds mawawala, or it will be covered. So if we have that particular authority, then we can preserve the evidence, pieces of evidence.
Mr. Chair, the Singapore has a law on that eh. So, ano pagkakaiba? Yung bang batas natin ngayon does not have any teeth at all.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is the absence in our laws of such authority.
Okay, maraming salamat sa interjection, Mr. Congressman Abante, because this is not your time yet. Ako naman, being the chairman, I have this advantage over you. So, pasensya ka na kung
My sincere appreciation.
Oo, sinundan mo pa ako. Anyway, sige, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that is the end of the presentation. But just to reiterate, the request is to grant specific powers to issue subpoena.
Yes, we will do that on the amendments by making the CICC as an agency. But for now, siguro, having said that you are a coordinating center, the CIDG having the subpoena power and the NBI as an NBI, yan, siguro tanong muna natin NBI. You have also a subpoena power. So, you are coordinating center na created by law. Marami na ba kayong nasubpoena about sa mga violation that were committed?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, the subpoena power of the NBI is imbued on the creation of the NBI itself, RA 157, and the Modernization Act, which is RA 10867. So, kasama po yung subpoena power sa mga authority na binigay ng Congress sa aming ahensya. That's why CICC always coordinate with us on matters of investigation. Dahil po yung lahat po ng investigative division po ng NBI, with the signature of our Assistant Director for Investigation, pwede pong magsubpoena in aid of investigation po. The only limitation po ng subpoena power of the NBI is we do not have contempt power. So after na subpoenahan po natin yung ating subject for investigation, at hindi po siya nag-attend, hanggang doon na lang po yun. We only note on our transmittal and recommendation sa prosecutor that the subject was given opportunity, due process, to explain himself. However, hindi po siya nagpa-unlock sa pinang binigay namin.
Okay, question. Okay na yun. But the subject complainant, yung complainant should be yung taong apektado mismo, or Moto proprio on your side, you can be the complainant. The CIDG and the
Well, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, sabi po ni CICC, we could investigate motu proprio. Investigation motu proprio is different from complaining motu proprio. When it comes to the filing po dito sa ating prosecutor's office, we have to, kailangan po ng complaint ng injured party.
But that is after the investigation was conducted.
After the investigation.
So the complainant can follow through.
Yes.
Yeah. Good enough. At least, kasi, at least you can inform. Like, for example, ngayon, magkakaroon na malapit na eleksyon. Nagdadami na talaga that against us eh. And ang dami mga videos, YouTube, TikTok, ang talagang nakikita natin that, like, for example, may example lang ako, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair. Dahil, kahapon lamang, meron kami sa pamantasan ng lungsod ng Kabuyaw. Meron tayong dinonate doon, nabanggit yung pangalan ko. You know how many bad comments ang nagbarrage doon sa page nila? 24,000 comments in, I think, in 2 hours. Can you imagine that? That's bots. Autobots. Kaya nga eh. So, ganun sila ka-desperate. 24,000 comments. Well, basically, maraming talagang mga bad comments. Yung good, siguro, kakonti. But that is bot, di ba? Bots yun, di ba? Now, ang tanong. Kasi baka ang tao hindi naiintindihan yung bots eh. Kaya ganun kabilis because sa isang source nang galing yon. Am I correct? On this analysis? You said?
Yes, sir.
So, kasi kami na nasa Quadcom, nasa Tricom ngayon, for sure, maraming aabutin tayo mga ganito. But we have to let the people know na mga bots yun. Even the what you call it, the Texas, di ba? Mga gawa ng AI. So, wag natin paniwalaan basta-basta na yung mga messages na nababasa ng ating mga kababayan doon ay galing mismo sa tao. Dahil hindi siya galing sa tao. And maybe a little while that can be explained by the CICC because kahapon when this was presented to us, ako mismo nung ko lang naintindihan na yung mga messages doon sa mga maraming barrage of messages, the bots.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Diba? Lungkot. Ganito na ka-desperado yung ating mga kababayan dahil malapit ng eleksyon na talagang wawasakin tayo. And even yung mga ating mga members of this Congress, sometimes they feel nararamdaman nila yung depression because makikita mo ang daming views, nag-viral, ang daming comments. Pero makikita nila yung source, it's just one source. There's yung mga messages. And that's bots.
That is correct, Your Honor.
That's AI. Kaya, we need to have a tool that will help the people to understand what is deep fakes and what is bots. Saan nang galing yung source. And that is your responsibility on our on our people to give us these tools para ma-appreciate namin ang truthfulness and falseness of one content and the views and the messages that are being put in the pages of the different citizen of this country. Yun naman kasi lahat eh. Pag may kalaman kasi negosyo, yung restaurant mo, tirahin lang ng bots, dilugi ka na. Pero madami naniniwala, manipulative nga eh, katulad ng sinabi nila ng ating mga akademe, minamanipulate nila yung mga trolls para mag-side doon sa narrative nila na yung restaurant na yan, masama ang pagkain dyan. Huwag kayo dyan kumain. Para sa amin, masama yung politikong yan. Dahil ito yan, pinasok ng mga bots at ng mga AI. Sige, Yusek, tapos ka na po, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pupunta po tayo sa CICC. Siguro yung presentation po ninyo because yung sa tinatawag natin deepfakes, how can the people recognize that this is deepfakes? Kasi meron kayo pinakita sa amin about kila Tom Cruise, kila, ano yan? Del Fernandez. hindi ako kasama. Meron ako deepfakes eh. Meron din eh. So, paano natin ma-inform yung tao? Mang Pedro, yung pinapanood mo is a deep fake yan. So, paano? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with our presentation, technical presentation yesterday, I think there's no need to repeat this content, no? But we will go to the meat of the presentation natin. What is the resolve of the government to address this issue of fake and deepfakes, fake news and deepfakes? So, what is important here is that we have presented that in the past year we've been studying it, and we have found a solution that will enable not only the government but including our citizenry to have that power to discern the content. So I think we should present the tool that we want to disseminate. Okay, our objective is empower the public, empower the citizenry to have the capacity to determine what is fake and what is real. And we believe with the introduction of this solution, we can even the field, or we can educate the public how to defend themselves from being fooled by these propagators of false content. Marco, can we present them? Kindly disregard our presentation already. We'll go straight to the tool.
Hindi pa. Meron pa sila. Tapos na ba?
Ayan. And we will go to the
The presentation on the how to determine yung negation. What you try to tell us is about how to negate, no?
how to negate the fakes.
The fakes, ano?
Yes.
Para lang, for the information of the body, no? Para makita po natin, ma-recognize po na. Kasi ako, kahapon, makita ko rin, saka ko lang nalaman na ganun po pala ma-appreciate yung deep fakes, no? Doon mo lang makikita na, fake pala to. Kasi otherwise, yung lalo na yung mga ordinary people, hindi nila malalaman na fake pala yung pinapanood nila. So, i-capacitate natin sila.
Yeah. For some guidelines here, you see, when you see content and there's a rapid barrage of reactions, this is not normal. Ito ho ay kagagawa ng isang mechanism, no? Online mechanism, which we call botnets, no? Or this is generated by artificial intelligence. Ang artificial intelligence ay isang sistema po wherein you can ask it to do something automatically. It's a form of automation. And ito ho ay napoprogram. Mag-aantay na, this is unmanned. Pag meron ka nakuha ng content o may mag-trigger, automatic magre-respond yan. And this is not a normal occurrence ng tao. It takes several minutes for one content to have several reactions. But if you have by the hundreds and thousands, that is very abnormal. And our monitoring center in CICC, we have observed certain patterns. That's why we want to establish some new or request new legislation. We should also look at the capacity or authority to take down botnets. The capacity to determine to automatically remove that is a non-person entity and including the content it propagates. Ito ho yung
and there's a violation of the freedom of expression on those bots because they are not humans.
They are not humans. They're not protected by law. And I don't know how it's going to be interpreted. That's why we need legislation on this.
And
this is artificial
we were talking about the bots on the different reactions and messaging of those bots, which are not humans.
These are not human generated.
But, saying libelous content on us, di ba? On everybody.
The content, Mr. Chair.
What about the contents? What about the sa YouTube na ginagawa nila? There's also comments and there's also di ba? Both din yun, but yung pong content can be a deep fakes as well.
Yes. Mr. Chair, there's also the angle.
Clarification lang muna.
Chairman Congressman Marcoleta.
Director, kasi sinabi mo kanina, we must empower our people. Tama naman yun. We have to enlighten our people because if our people are able to distinguish what is fake and what is true, sila lang, they can always repel. Maski na konting tulong lang eh. Halimbawa kanina, sabi ni Chair Dan, ang problema natin is the West Philippine Sea, sabi natin, ano. But sinong agency ng government ang nag-empower sa ating mga kababayan para malaman nilang complications ng West Philippine Sea? Isipin po natin, Sarah, there is nothing as West Philippine Sea. Wala po yun. That is a creation by us. Sa totoo lang po, kahit nabasahin mo yung ating mapa or what, there is no West Philippine Sea. Ang West Philippine Sea, yun po yung area na kiniklaim natin, ito yung exclusive economic zone. The complications of the West Philippine Sea has not been explained to our people. Kaya po, nagiging vulnerable tayong lahat eh. Ang sinasabi nila, inoccupy daw ng China ang ating territory. Sir, sa totoo lang po, if CICC and other agencies would cooperate with one another to empower our people, to educate them all, wala pong madideceive kahit ano pang gawin ng China. Kasi alam po na, we are all claimants dito po sa panig ng South China Sea. Several of us, Philippines, China, Vietnam, hindi po natin alam ang Vietnam has the most features occupied in the South China Sea. They had 22, China is 14, tayo, 8, Malaysia, 14, Taiwan, 1. Pero po, kaya po nagsimula dito, yung mga tao natin, mga kababayan natin, kahit na pong i-feed mo sa kanya, akala niya ito because we were unable to educate them. We have not enlightened them as to the complications of the of the South China Sea. What is the South China Sea? Di ba? So, doon po tayo magsimula. Ngayon, magdi-discuss tayo. We will repel this. Mahirapan din po eh. So nagiging biktima po lahat ang kababayan natin. Kahit na po dito sa ating kapulungan ngayon, hindi pa nila alam kung ano-ano po ba ino-occupy ng China. Hindi po territory ang issue in the South China Sea. Ang issue dito is our maritime rights. The maritime rights designated by our exclusive economic zone. These are not territories under public international law. So, kailangan po tayong mag-educate. Tama po kayo sa premise nyo kanina, but until and unless you are able to educate our people on the complex issues surrounding the South China Sea, pare-pareho tayo pong mabibiktima. O so yun muna, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman. I agree with you. But with all due respect, the policy of the government about the West Philippine Sea must be followed by all of us. Because people governing this country is elected by the people. And having a policy like what was delivered by the Coast Guard of this country, we have to adhere with that. So, sige, proceed na po tayo CICC para pumunta po tayo doon sa tinatawag po nating deepfakes on how to analyze and to find out kung ito po ay peke o hindi.
With the permission of the chair. Good afternoon po. I am Marco, an agent of CICC. And I'll be presenting one of the tools that will basically detect deepfakes. So this tool, if you run it on your computer, anything that will be seen or you've watched on the computer, say for example, a YouTube video, Facebook video, a video from X, this tool will be able to detect it. So I will be quickly doing a demo of this tool. So one of our examples here is a deepfake video on President Zelensky. So this is publicly available on YouTube. So this tool, this app of ours is an app where you can install it on your computer. It acts somehow like an antivirus, and when you activate it, it will practically run like a background process. So if I run it now, as you can see here in the lower right, if I run it now and play the video, so it will take some time to analyze the video. And you can see on the lower right that you have a notification there.
The zoom. Zoom yan.
Yeah, on the lower right, please.
Yung color red sa baba, kasi yun ang nagde-determine kung fake or not. Ito nasa lower right. Is that an application that you have to put on your computer or on your cell phone?
For now, it's you have to download it in your computer.
So, anong app yung ida-download mo?
It's a tool called Deepfake Agent It is,
Sige, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is the tool that we have recently acquired, licensed software, which we intend to disseminate to the different watchdogs, to the civil society members who have a large following, so that madali report
How about to the members of this committee? Kasi kami rin, wala na naman kaming capacity to find out kung, well, lumabas ka yung pulburon eh. Minsan, nakukonfuse ka. What more? Yung others. So, mabibigyan din po kami ng ganyan, ano?
Well, Mr. Chair, the more the merrier, no?
Okay.
Because we will have a community-based fact checker. Hindi na siya controlled. These are independent fact checkers na who will only report to us.
How will you do that?
By registration, we have a policy right now that's being developed together with the other members of the Council of CICC as a guideline for reporting. You see, we have very limited manpower and very limited, if you have limited manpower, you cannot patrol the whole cyberspace.
Sige po. So, pwede ba natin muna ituloy yun para makita natin kung paano, how it works? Sige, CICC? Anong pangalan mo, ano?
Marco, Mr.
Sige,
Chair.
Marco, please.
Okay, so nag-run through na yung process. So basically, the tool will take snapshots of the deepfake video. So as you can see, if I maximize it here, ayan yung samples, and it practically traces the face where it detects the anomaly. So it's practically automated na. So anything you view sa screen mo, and at the same time this tool is being run, magno-notify agad siya pag merong deepfake.
So, kapag nasa yun na yung tool na yan, halimbawa sa laptop or sa cellphone, bago ka manood ng isang content or isang video, i-edit mo muna yung tool na yun.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And then, lalabas yung color red that kanina nakita namin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright. Sige. So, baka may question yung ibang kasi medyo maganda tong isyong to na makapacitate po natin yung ating mga mamamayan how to distinguish. Para hindi na po nagdedepensa ang gobyerno o sino man na, uy, ano yan? Deep fake yan, di ba? Sige. Meron ka pang sample?
May isa pa tayong example, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Ito naman si Tom Cruise, no?
Cruise. Tom Cruise, go ahead.
So, ang gagawin ko ulit is to activate the tool and then run through the video. So it will take some time for it to detect. Ayan, so makita natin may notification naman on the lower right that the deepfake video detected. So ito naman, next scene is si Mark Zuckerberg naman, nagkaroon ng deepfake video. So definitely our tool will be able to detect this. So the tool will run for 30 seconds lang, and then after that, i-show na niya yung results ng mga nakita niya.
Pwede ba i-download yung, yung tool na yan? Or mag-originate yan sa inyo, sa DICT?
Mr. Chair, we purchased the license.
So you cannot just download it on your, because you have to pay kung sa apps.
Right now, it's not a freeware, no? So maybe we can make certain representations the developer to make it more affordable, especially for Filipinos. But right now, since we have the immediate concern of addressing deepfakes and empowering the public, nauna na kami nag-purchase and several 500 licenses.
And you're giving it for free?
We're giving out for free para
Of course, law enforcement partners will have a copy. Civil society and leading civil society groups will be provided PPCRV, sila NAMFREL. Ito yung mga organized groups na kasi sa kanila nagtatanong, sa kanila tumatakbo yung kanilang members.
At yung mga gumagawa ng ganitong deepfakes, afterwards, nagpapail kayo ng kaso.
If there will be, that's a big problem right now, no? Parang nahihiya mag-file ng complaint yung affected persons. So we really encourage those who are affected by deepfakes and the mga fake news, they have to report because that's part of our jurisprudence na kailangan mag-file ka ng complaint so that government can act on it.
Pag something personal, you need a complainant, but something like entails national security, Moto, proprio, our government
yes, we can do
should fill in. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, perhaps that's also one of the legislation that can be done. That in these cases, you do not need a personal complainant. That the law authorizes a motu proprio filing of cases. If you would notice, Mr. Chair, in many instances, these cyber criminals really exploit this gap in the law that you require a complainant. So in the past, when a criminal robs a bank of 10 million pesos, you definitely have a complainant, the bank, kasi ninakawan siya ng 10 million. But the cyber criminal will steal 1 peso from 10 million people, there will be no complainant because ang ninakawan, piso lang. And the complainant will not go to the extent of filing a case and going through all of that for 1 peso. So they get away scot-free because the law requires a complainant to file the case. So in this case, I think the law should allow the law enforcement agency or the prosecution the motu proprio power to represent the people, since it's always the people versus the represent the people without a private complainant to file against these cyber criminals.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes.
At least nakikita natin yung mga lapses natin, loopholes natin. So, it's a good thing that we have a committee hearing like this, no? Para ma-resolve po natin yung mga gaps. Siguro, proceed po tayo sa, kung wala na po sa CICC, punta na po tayo sa DOJ. Meron pa ba sa CICC?
That's all for now.
NTC pala, NTC. NTC, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We joined CICC and DICT's representations.
Thank you so much. Ang NTC kasama sa no? Hindi nila kasama sa coordinating center, di ba? Sige, tanongin na lang kayo ng mga members mamaya NTC. DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, as well as the co-chairpersons of this Tricom and our esteemed congressmen. First and foremost, Your Honor, I am State Prosecutor Rodan Tarocha, Your Honor, and I am representing the Office of Cybercrime in my capacity as the OIC Director, Your Honor. And we joined the presentation of the DICT and CICC, Your Honor, as a council, which we agreed upon and formulated last Friday and yesterday, Your Honor. So we are already part of the presentation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. NBI Cybercrime Division.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and our esteemed members of the Congress. We are one with the CICC as member of the Council. So the presentation of the CICC was a consolidated effort of all of the agencies involved in the Council, Mr. Chair.
Okay. NBI, PNP, the cybercrime group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, sir, we are one also with the ICT and CICC. We have just recently a meeting, and probably the PNP will just be submitting our position paper, our recommendations, and in behalf of the Chief of the Philippine National Police, Police General Romel Francisco Marbil would like to extend our gratitude for inviting us here. Thank you.
Kanina, just si General Torre, I think biktima rin siya ng ng fake di ba? Pero nag-file siya. Nag-file siya, di ba? Nag-file siya ng kaso, si General Torre. Sayang, hindi natin nakalista siya Tatanungisan natin siya about it. Anyway, punta mo tayo sa independent media organization. Yung ating pong mga... Yes. Ay, okay. Sige, bigyan natin ng chance yung ating pong yung sa additional academe, si Professor Enrico Basilio from UP, SIPAG. Sige, sir. You have the
Good
mic.
afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Tricom and guests. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting us to this hearing. With me is a colleague from the Center for Policy and Executive Development of the UP National College of Public Administration and Governance, Ms. Ella Chavez, who is the research policy focal person.
Speak louder po.
On,
Yes.
yes, sir, on
Yung
cybersecurity
mic lang po,
and
lapit na konti.
AI.
You have a presentation, Doc?
No, sir. In the interest of time, I
Oh,
will
yes,
just
thank you.
summarize the recommendation, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Speak louder, please.
Okay, so the first recommendation, Mr. Chair, focuses on the need to strengthen the cybersecurity legal framework. So, as already discussed by our guests from the government agencies, we observe that there can be a room for amending and expanding the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 to include explicit provisions addressing AI-related cyber threats. This includes establishing ethical guidelines on AI-generated cyber threats such as automated phishing, deepfake-driven misinformation, and AI-powered cyber intrusions. Introducing regulatory and liability frameworks for all AI developers and deployers to ensure accountability in case of security breaches, as mentioned by Professor Khan earlier and other UP professors, and enhancing public-private partnerships for information sharing mechanisms to combat emerging cyber threats effectively. The second recommendation is about the need to establish AI governance and ethical guidelines. AI governance must go beyond cybersecurity and address ethical, economic, and social dimensions. We propose to highlight the ethical considerations in the use of AI that can be connected to cybercrime activities. Thus, it is recommended to develop a national AI ethical guidelines that ensure transparency, fairness, and ethical AI deployment. Number two, conduct regular AI risk assessments to inform legislative actions and foster research collaborations between the government, academic institutions, and industry stakeholders. The third recommendation focuses on the need to enhance capacity building and cyber resilience. Cybersecurity, Mr. Chair, is not solely a legal issue but a governance challenge that requires capacity building at all levels. So we advocate for the development of a national AI resilience strategy that includes threat detection, rapid response protocols, and continuous innovation in cyber defense, as well as conduct of cybersecurity training programs for government agencies, private sector entities, and law enforcement, as well as education campaign and advocacy initiatives on AI ethics and cybersecurity at the secondary and tertiary levels. The fourth recommendation has to do with the need to promote data privacy and digital sovereignty. Data is the backbone of AI systems. Therefore, ensuring strong data protection policies is paramount to safeguarding national security and individual privacy. We recommend, therefore, aligning the Data Privacy Act with international practices in AI-driven data security, establishing strict guidelines on AI data processing, consent mechanisms, and redressal procedures for data misuse, and encouraging investments in indigenous AI technologies to reduce dependence on foreign AI systems, ensuring digital sovereignty. And finally, Mr. Chair, there's a need to consolidate and harmonize current proposed legislations on cybersecurity and AI to ensure that the best strategies are highlighted and included in addressing present and future conditions and concerns related to evolving technologies. So to conclude, the rapid evolution of AI necessitates a proactive, adaptive, and inclusive approach to legal governance. The privileged speech of Representative Ace Barbers has rightfully highlighted the need for urgent and comprehensive legislative action. The Center for Policy and Executive Development of UP and CPAG, it stands committed to working alongside with policymakers, regulators, and industry leaders in crafting evidence-based, forward-looking policies on AI and cybersecurity. Thus, we would like to manifest, Mr. Chair, our participation in the ICT Technical Working Group Committee on the House Bills on Artificial Intelligence. And we will submit formally our position to the joint committees. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon na po sa kanilang lahat.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So, mag-proceed po tayo sa Independent Media Organization website. Konti na lang po to. And then our mga vloggers, and then we can start the interpellation. So, si Miss Ellen Tordesillas, President ng Vera Files. Ma'am, you are recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Chairman Fernandez, saka yung mga co-chairs itong sa Joint Committee, saka lahat na, the Honorable Congressman here. Ako po si Ellen Tordesillas, isang journalist. Okay, tama ba? Kasama po ako sa founders ng Vera Files. Vera Files is ito. Okay ba? Yeah. Okay. Vera Files is a non-profit media organization registered with the SEC. Okay. Our objective in forming Vera Files is to advance excellence in journalism, which we consider as an important pillar of democracy. Okay. Vera Files does a lot of fact-checking, fact-checking with us is we debunk published falsehood with verified facts. And it is also, fact-checking is also accountability journalism. We want to hold responsible all those who spread falsehood. Vera Files is a member of the International Fact-Checking Network. It's an organization of more than 170 fact-checkers all over the world who adhere to international standards in fact-checking. Vera Files is also a third-party fact-checker of Meta, Facebook here in the Philippines. As a third-party fact-checker of Meta, we don't block, we don't delete falsehood that are proliferating in the platform. We identify what are false, misleading in the platform to help the platform become more safe and to prevent harm for those who are in their platform. In the process of fact checking, we have identified most of the falsehoods that we identify in social media are scams, hoaxes, and
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt? Is Secretary Oy leaving now? May tatanong sa kanya kasi, sandali lang sana. Alis na ba siya? For a few minutes na lang. But anyway, the Undersecretary is here. Okay. Yes, sir. Sabi ko, no, dito sana eh. Kailangan, mabaya lang.
Thank you, Congressman Plato. for your understanding. Sige, ma'am, Vera.
Tuloy ako?
Opo, ma'am.
Sige, okay. Sa pag ano namin, sa pag-check namin as a third party fact checker o Meta, ang mga nakikita namin karamihan na falsehood, I try to avoid the term fake news because it's an oxymoron actually, because when we say fake news kasi, the term fake news kasi undermines the value of news, which is, pag news kasi dapat totoo yan eh. Pag hindi totoo kayo, chismis yan. So pag hinabi mong fake news, parang di ba oxymoron? You don't modify something that is true with the word fake. Pero anyway, nagiging ano na kasi parang Colgate, no, tsaka toothpaste. Pero anyway, but anyway, what do we fact check? We fact check falsehood, lies, which are proliferating in social media. We follow criteria in deciding which to fact check. Dahil sa dami-dami talaga, tama yung sabi ni Chairman Fernandez, na talagang pag nagba-viral in thousands in a matter of minutes and hours, ganon. So may criteria kaming fina-follow what to fact check. Number one, it should be a statement of fact. Hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng opinion, hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng fiction, di ba? Hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng prediction. Di ba? Pag sinabi mo kasi na we expect the Philippines to belong to the first world group in 5 years, hindi namin pwedeng fact check yan, di ba? Kasi wala pa namang 5 years, ganun. So anyway, number one, it should be a statement of fact. Number two, it should be relevant. Kasi kahit naman may false one, hindi ko ipa-fact check kung ano nangyari kay Maris Racal at kay Anthony Jennings, no? Kasi ano naman relevance nun sa general public, di ba? So, kinukonsider namin yung relevance. Saka isa pa is, ang third is, kaya ba namin i-fact check sa madaling panahon? Kasi, iba kasi ang fact-checking kaysa investigative journalism. Ang investigative journalism kasi, it will take weeks and months, gano'n. Ang number one, ang importante sa fact-check is to stop the spread of falsehood. Agad-agad, kailangan mo ma-stop. So, kailangan, kaya ba namin ito i-fact check at least one day, you know? Mahaba na kasi yung one day, but mahaba na siguro yung 2 araw. Kailangan ma-stop. Tsaka kailangan kasi pag nag-fact check kami, we debunk falsehood with verified facts. Hindi namin pwedeng hindi kami pwedeng magsabi lang na mali, ganon. Kasi di ba, pangit naman yun na fact checker ka, tapos yung fact check mo mali rin, di ba? So, kailangan verified facts. And number, ang additional criteria namin is yung virality. Kasi kung mas viral, mas urgent yun na yun ang isa-stop na, yun ang uunahin namin, ganon. So yun ang aming mga criteria namin sa pag-practice. Ang karamihan sa mga nakikita namin na falsehood sa social media are scams, no? Yung mga nanloloko, yung yung ayuda, SWS. Magbibigay sila marami yan. Maraming naloloko diyan. Marami rin usually health scams, ganon yung mga gamot sa diabetes, gamot sa cancer. In fact, ang isa sa mga naloko nga sa gamot ng diabetes, yung ating national artist na si Kidlat Tahimik, nakabili siya ng package ba yun na binibenta ng diabetes, hindi naman. Kasi ang mga nanluloko kasi dito, they earn money by the clicks, di ba? So, gagawa lang sila ng mga headline na clickbait, they call it clickbaits. The moment nag-click ka, kikita na sila dun eh. So, wala namang laman yung kanilang website, pero kumikita sila dun. So, tingnan, marami. Tapos hoaxes, yung mga namamatay, like, namatay si Jackie Chan. Yan, kahit na, magugulat ka, di ba? Magugulat ka. Tapos, kahit na later on malaman mo na hindi totoo, nakaklik ka na, di ba? So, yun ang marami. Tapos, Ngayon habang lumalapit yung election, tumataas yung falsehoods na lumalabas related to sa election. So medyo kasi 'di ba yung ang ano mo kasi ang ang nakakabahala kasi dito sa disinformation na nangyayari is kasi tayo 'di ba we make decisions based on the information that we have. So kahit from sa maliit na bagay hanggang sa matters of national interest, lahat-lahat yun nakabase yun sa tamang impormasyon. So kung sa election na to, magdi-decide tayo kung sino yung bubutuhin natin para magiging mga leader natin sa ating community hanggang sa national. So kailangan dapat yung decision natin nakabase sa tamang kung kandidato ba na ito gumagawa or maraming nagawang masama o whatever, ano siyang klaseng tao. So, importante yun. So, ngayon habang palapit na palapit yung election, may dumadami yung falsehood. So, as third-party fact-checker ng Facebook, kasi maraming nagagalit sa amin dahil akala nila nagbablock kami ang nagdi-delete ng mga post. Hindi nangyayari yun. Di ba sabi ko kanina, kinaklasify, pag may nakikita kaming falsehood sa Facebook, everyday, pagkagising namin, yun ang trabaho namin, to scour the social media of false and lies that are proliferating in the platform. So, ginagawa namin, so yun, may proseso kami para masigurado na yung aming fact check ay nakabase rin sa facts, ganon. So sinasubmit namin sa Facebook yon. Ang Facebook ngayon ang magde-decide kung anong action ang gagawin nila doon. Ang ginagawa ng Facebook usually is binababa nila yung false na yung maling post, binababa nila sa kanilang feed. So, ibig sabihin nun, kung i-click mo yan, hindi na yan basta-basta magsispread. So, ang mangyayari dyan, malilesen yung kita kasi hindi na yan basta nakikita, malilesen yung kita nung nag-post nung maling, ng maling post. Ganon. Tapos, tapos pag kinlik pa niya para i-share sa iba, may lalabas na advisory na this post has been tagged by verifiers as false. Tapos kahit yung beneficiary, yung target na papadalhan niya, magkakaroon din ng ganong notice. So pero nandyan pa rin sa platform yung kanyang post kasi hindi sabi kasi ng Facebook freedom of expression kaya hindi nila yan dinidelete. Pero sa katagalan pa rin pag tumagal ka rin na palagi ka na lang pina-flag namin, darating na rin yung oras na Facebook magde-decide na rin yung Facebook na yung account mo siguro medyo maapektuhan yung account mo. Pero hindi
may tanong lang po ako sa inyo. Ilan po kayong mga fact checkers sa buong Pilipinas?
Dalawa lang kami dito ang
ano po isa?
Facebook.
Aside from verified?
Verified Rappler.
Saka?
Tapos,
Rappler po.
Yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung IF, dalawa lang kami dito. Ang Philippine-based. Meron pa isa kasi yung Agence France Press, gano'n.
Mama, speak louder po. Hindi po namin kayo madinig.
Aside kasi from ang Philippine registered na fact checkers, verifiers and Rappler, pero meron pang isa dito na nag-operate dito sa Pilipinas, yung Agence France Press, which is an international organization. They fact check. But there are 6 mayroong yung certified ng IFCN, kasama kasi yung Press 1, ABS-CBN, Philstar, Mindan News, Probe, Oh, yun pa yung,
Okay.
ano yan, na mayroong IFC and certified yan. Pero maraming nagpa-fact check, maraming nagpa-fact check. So,
And siguro ma'am, pinaka-the best po natin gawin is to have all this group na fact checkers, no, para ma-coordinate natin sa CICC para you can help the government.
Yeah, in fact, interesado ako eh.
Are you having a understanding with the government agency? Meron po ba? Wala. Wala pa po, no?
Ano kasi, no, to maintain our independence kasi hindi
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we understand. Okay.
Ngayon, meron kaming oncoming project with PCO. We have
Yeah.
worked with the Human Rights Commission. We have done training for the Human Rights Commission and for the OPAP.
Yeah. Okay.
Process.
Ma'am, thank you so much po, no. We will be asking you again kasi may mga members who wanted to ask yung Vera files na.
Kasi yung one comment na lang.
Sige po.
Alam mo, na nakita ko tong inyong yung resolution. What I like about this is that yung review existing laws, particularly RA 1C175 kasi tama yung kasi yung I like the fact that you are reviewing existing laws kasi baka kasi marami ng yung ating problema ngayon, baka nandun na yun sa ibang existing laws lang eh. At least you are not starting from zero, di ba? Parang ganun. So, I like that.
Thank you.
That's one thing I like that about.
Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Parang ko lang isa pang importante is,
That's a very sense of power conducting this hearing.
Yes.
Marami po salamat.
yung isa lang kasi yung fact check, the fight kasi against disinformation should not only be the responsibility of professional fact checkers. It should be responsibility of each and every one of us, you know. So, we try to train as many people as possible to how to spot fake news. Pero ang importante talaga is the value of yung valuing truthfulness. Kasi dapat pag may nakita tayong lies and false, so dapat maano na tayo yung antenna mo dapat mag-on at saka mag-turn off ka eh. Kaya lang, I'm worried sometimes that we take, the lack of truthfulness, parang casually for granted. So I think we should, yun ang pinaka-ano ko is, I think we should, strengthen our appreciation for truthfulness. And it should not start only, it should start, the school should as
Yes, ma'am. Meron na interjection si Congressman Barbers. Barbers, can you
Thank you, Mr.
say
Chairman.
something, please?
We appreciate, Ma'am Ellen, yung iyong comments, no? Dahil gaya rin po ninyo, gusto rin po natin na puro katotohanan din yung nababasa, nakikita, napapanood sa social media. Matanong ko lang po kayo sa inyong personal na opinion na Miss Ellen, ano ba ang opinion nyo tungkol sa mga vloggers?
Kaya sinabi ko kanina, I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
Kasi merong mga journalist na nagbablog, di ba? But blogging does not make you a journalist. Yun kasi as a journalist kasi, we adhere to the core values of journalism, which are truthfulness, fairness.
Meron po kayong code of ethics, di ba?
Yeah,
Meron po kayong code of conduct. Tama? Dito ba sa social media vlogging, naniniwala kayo na kailangan natin lagyan ng code of conduct or at least man lang merong ethical standards ang gumagamit. Okay, salamat po ma'am. Yun lang po ang opinion na gusto namin marinig sa inyo. Thank you.
Yeah, sige, yun. Salamat din.
Here.
Yes. Okay, Congressman Marcoleta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hindi pa tayo interpellation, ha? Ano pa lang? Interjection?
Wala na.
No. We have like, hindi, kasi yung mga vloggers that we have invited, meron atang dumating dito, di ba? Meron silang mga, let them speak muna. And then sa attorney, so, can we ask muna yung mga yon before we proceed with our interpellation? Please? So, ang reason why we invited you over para to contribute also to this hearing, no? Why this kind of proliferation of disinformation nangyayari. So, being a blogger or content creator, you can share to us kung ano po yung mga experiences that you have in creating that kind of content. May it be right information or wrong, you have to give us your insights. So, siguro unahin natin sino unang dumating sa kanila? Si Malu. Malu. Malu.
Thank you.
Tikia.
Thank you,
You are
Mr. Chairman.
recognized, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and your honors. Thank you for your invitation for me to, quote, share your knowledge and experience with social media with the end in view of promoting accountability, authenticity, and digital well-being. I am Malu Tikia. I'm an op-ed columnist of Manila Times for 12 years now and a political consultant for 30 years. I spent my young productive years in the Senate in 1987 to 1989 and in the House of Representatives from 1992 to 1999. I am appearing before you today to honor that institutional tradition. How do I use social media channels? I use it as a platform for commentaries, advocacies, and as alternative classroom to discuss hot-button issues, explaining and making sense of issues to the public. I am not a blogger or a vlogger. I have a personal meta page. I do not have a social media company. I have not been involved with any narco and pogo groups. I am not pro-China. I am pro-Philippines. Having said that, allow me to state for the record that despite not being in a public office, I too am fair game. I have been bashed, bullied, accused of so many things, but when it comes to factual matters, malicious attacks, I choose my legal rights. One, against a lawyer who claimed that I was part of the Marcos Jr. campaign in 2022, and because of my survey results, I got a penthouse in BGC and drives around in a Range Rover. Both were lies. The case is pending. Then a private group in Meta chose to put out in public a photo of so-called DDS Coral with me on the center with a pig snout. Mind you, there were more than 12 persons there, some of whom I do not personally know. I am not DDS, nor am I part of the so-called DDS Coral. When they chose to bring it out of a private group and shared it publicly, it was done maliciously. So again, I filed a case. There was a time also in 2022 when the survey results of my company were maliciously altered. I called the media organization and a person in another political camp, requesting them to correct the matter or else I will avail of my legal rights. Both corrected, the latter even made a public apology. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the Constitution begins on page 1 with 3 words, we the people. And Article 3, Section 4, refers to the Bill of Rights, specifically freedom of speech, freedom of expression, or of the press, and freedom of assembly are the bedrocks of democracy. But in politics, as you very well know, truth have various shades. For so long as there is no malice, we should err on the side of freedoms than contain them. Your Honors, contrarian views are protected by such rights. Prior restraint is anathema to democracy. My thoughts in this hearing, number one, please be fair. And I say that because are you inviting critics, bloggers, creators, joiners, collectors, spectators, inactives? Because the 3-second rule really controls social media. These are the different classifications when you refer to social media. If Congress wants to deal with false narratives, all sides must be present. Number 2, Be careful of reported social media strategists who offer politicians, candidates, a plan on increasing followers. Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, followers are not voters. And the staggering costs are so scandalous and borders on being scams. You are being scammed if you follow the dictate of the more followers, the better for campaign. There were reports too where some influencers became guns for hire during campaigns. Number 3, Congress, and I am being, a lot of people are asking me not to say this, but I am sticking my head out here. Congress should ban the use of troll armies. Troll farms represent a significant challenge in the digital age, blending cyber warfare with psychological manipulation. Addressing them requires technological innovation, regulatory frameworks, and public awareness to safeguard democratic discourse. I am happy to note that these committees started with the pioneering work of Dr. Jonathan Ong and Dr. Jason Cabañez, entitled Architects of Network Disinformation. Number 4, near January 20, 2025, the inaugural of the US President, Meta ended fact-checking and replaced it with community notes, which X was an early adopter of. This is an evolving matter that we need to consistently be aware of, as well as AI and deepfakes. Congress should study what has been done in various countries that have implemented measures to ban or regulate the use of troll farms and coordinated inauthentic behavior, especially during campaigns and elections. I am referring to some 11 countries here for you to consider. As far as EU is concerned, they came up with the Digital Services Act and the Code of Practice on Disinformation. The US has Honest Ads Act. Germany has the Network Enforcement Act. France bans false information spread close to elections and mandates ad transparency. Brazil has fake news law that criminalizes the creating of fake accounts to spread election falsehoods. Taiwan recently criminalized foreign interference, including disinformation campaigns, with a fact-checking initiative to counteract troll army activity. Canada has Elections Modernization Act that prohibits foreign interference and mandates ad transparency. Australia has Electoral Integrity Bill criminalizing foreign interference and requires ad disclosure. The UK has an online safety law that holds platforms accountable for harmful content, including election disinformation. South Korea criminalizes spreading false information during campaigns. And Singapore, which was mentioned a while ago, allows government correction and removal of falsehoods. The 3-second rule is the controlling law in social media. And because of that, legislation has to be circumscribed and made quickly so that for the 2025 elections, we remove the disinformation effect of the troll farms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your honors.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification if
Yes, go ahead, Congressman Art Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address this clarification to Ms. Malu Tikira. Malu, para lang sa kaalaman ng marami, ang objective o layunin kasi nitong committee hearing na ito ay magpasa ng mga batas, no? Gaya ng nabanggit mo sa ibang bansa na kung saan ay merong mga batas, no, to protect, no, yung the people from online scams and others, no, and other illegal activities that is being done in the cyberspace. Dito sa atin sa ngayon, Malu, no,
Marami kasing mga vloggers. Habang tayo ay nag-hearing ngayon, ang komentaryo ay sinasabi nila na we do not respect that committee hearing kasi yung hearing na yan suppression ng aming freedom of speech or freedom of expression. Hindi kami naniniwala na ang layunin niyan ay para gumawa ng batas. Since you are here, I'd like to get a categorical opinion from you na ikaw ba ay naniniwala na tama lang na tayo gumawa ng batas para magkaroon ng disiplina, magkaroon ng regulatory framework ang ating bansa sa paggamit ng social media?
Sir, to directly respond to Congressman Barbers, yes.
Okay.
For the simple reason that the decency of the space has been crossed so much. So yes.
There are statements that are being issued that are slanderous or libelous, correct? And you agree with me, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so marami kasing ganyan Maaring hindi nila aaminin o hindi sila informed, no, kung ano na yung kanilang limitasyon sa paggamit ng social media. Kasi yun na nga ang sinabi ko kanina, no? When you open your social media account, sometimes makikita mo may nagmumura. Di ba? May nagmumura. May name calling. They resort to name calling. They call politicians, they call people by other names. Na insulto nga minsan di ba? Meron naman dyan na nananawagan ng kaguluhan sa bansa. And these are the things that we want to check. Yan po, kaya yung mga nanonood doon ng mga vloggers na walang ginawa, kundi magmura, they've crossed the line of decency doon papunta sa criminal act of being libelous or slanderous. So, yun ang gusto nating linawin. And I'm glad that Professor Malutikia is here to agree with this committee's objective in coming up with this legislation, remedial laws or legislation that can be used by the country, and of course, people will benefit. Tama?
Sir, ako lang, kasi ang legislators, you live in a glass house. So part and parcel of your public life are attacks being made.
That's normal.
That's normal. But there is also such a thing as contrarian view. Kasi kung papatulan yung opinion yun Ngayon, kung factual, kaya
I'm only referring to fake news peddling.
Yeah.
Yung opinion, they can share, they can express their opinion 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year. And no one will stop them from doing that. That's their right.
Yes.
And we know that and we respect that right.
Thank you for that.
Pero, kapag you've crossed the line, created a story, created a news that is fake, and you peddled it, diba? Teka muna, may pananagutan tayo sa batas. And you know that, diba?
Yes, sir.
So, it's very clear. We will not debate and argue about opinions.
Yes.
Because your opinion is I respect, and my opinion you should also respect.
Yes.
Diba? Ganun din po, this goes the same to all social media actors or bloggers, so to speak, no? Kasi, syempre, kayo nandyan sa industry yan, you control the narrative Kasi kayo nandyan dyan, trabaho nyo siguro yan. Perhaps you even make money out of that, no? Especially to those who actually can monetize, no? Yung kanilang, ano ba, namo-monetize?
Yes, sir. That's why I said I am not a blogger or a vlogger, because I do not earn from it. My meta page is my personal page. And to a certain degree, you really have to be responsible for what you say or what you do. Yun lang, sir, siguro sa legislation, really you have to look for a definition on fake news. What is fake news is really something that has to be defined.
I absolutely agree with you, and that is why we're consulting and getting opinions from the experts, no? Yung ating members of the academe, like you're a practitioner,
and the government agencies para makagawa po tayo ng batas. Yun lamang po ang ating layunin. So yung mga nagtatago sa likod ng usapin na ito ay curtailment ng freedom of expression o freedom of speech, sila po yung talagang namamayagpag sa pagkalat ng fake news dito sa ating bansa.
Mr. Chairman, the fact that I agreed to appear and honor your invitation, and I was given the chance to say what I want to say. I don't think that is curtailment of my right to expression.
And you're a perfect example and manifestation that indeed there was no curtailment of freedom of expression and speech in this committee hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Malu. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And with that, that's the reason why we wanted them to appear as well, no? Hindi naman po ito sisikilin yung karapatan ng bawat isa. But kailangan pa nga po natin malaman kung ano yung mga inputs nila na makakatulong sa atin para po sa pagsasagawa or amendments. Hindi sa Tagalog, ano ba yung amendments? Amyenda ng ating pong kasalukuyang batas. So the chair would like also to recognize yung si Mark Louis Gamboa. Vlogger din po kayo, sir.
Yes po.
Sige po, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ako po si Mark Gamboa. I've been a political vlogger for the last 6 years. Ako din po ay tumatakbong senador dito sa upcoming elections. Isa po sa sinusulong ko ay yung 24/7 na fake news monitoring office. So, yun. So, sa aking experience po, sa 6 na taon na pagbablog, nakita ko po kung gaano ka-toxic, kung gaano ka-dami po yung fake news, kung gaano po kadami yung pag-iinsulto, pagmumura. At ako po ay nalulungkot. At ako po sa aking channel, I could be critical of someone, I could be critical of a politician, pero I always try to maintain a level of respect. Ito pong sa hearing ngayon, gusto ko lang din pong sabihin, shout out lang din po sa mga DDS vloggers na 40 na hindi po nakapunta. Actually, nanonood po sila lahat ngayon at meron silang mga komentaryo, pinopost po nila sa kanilang Facebook. Meron po silang mga panibagong hirit po sa inyo lahat. So shout out po sa kanila, nanonood sila ngayon. After po siguro nito, baka ako din po, ibabash na din po nila. Kasama naman po yun. Normal na po, 6 na taon ko na pong ginagawa to. Sanay na po tayo. Minsan bati kami, minsan galit sila sa akin. Pero ito po yung kasi, dito ako nalulungkot yung mga kaibigan ko po yung marami sa mga inimbitahan nyo. Kasi iniwalay ko yung aming trabaho sa pagbablog at yung aming personal na pagkakaibigan. Okay? Pero ang problema ko po kasi sa ginagawa po nila, sa style po nila, ito po ay a form of bullying pambubuli. 6 na taon na po nilang ginagawa, 9 na taon na po nilang ginagawa po ito. Diba? Kapag merong hindi nag-agree sa opinion nila, kapag merong taliwas, kapag merong bumabatikos, o yung kunyari yung quadcom na ginagawa nyo po na ang daming nabubunyag na mga kalokohan o illegal na ginagawa nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte, ay attack mode na po sila. At doon na po pumapasok yung kanilang pagiging bastos, yung kanilang pag-iinsulto, mga below the belt na tira, mga personal na tira, at nakakalungkot po na umaabot po sa ganon. So ako po I fully respect yung pong freedom of speech ng aking mga kasamang vlogger at ako din po mismo ang unang lalaban para sa kanilang freedom of speech kahit anong political affiliation. Ako po ay concerned lamang po sa ilang mga bagay. Una po, mas concern ko yung mga pages at yung mga accounts na wala pong muka. Kasi po at least yung mga vloggers na wala dito, pag nagsasalita sila, kita yung mukha nila. So, kung accountable sila doon sa sinabi nila. Marami din po yung mga pages, katulad po nung Amp Satire at ng mga iba pang mga YouTube accounts na wala pong mukha. Kaya po, kung mambalahura at kung tumira po, ay sobrang grabe, sobrang below the belt. Kasi po, walang accountability, walang transparency, hindi natin alam kung sino yung nagpo-post, kaya po ang tapang nila. Buti nga po, nagkaroon ng ganitong hearing para po magkaalaman. Pangalawa, sa akin po, walang masama kung meron kang sinusuportahang politiko, kung maka Duterte ka, kung maka Marcos ka, o Lenny, o kung sino man. Ang sa akin po, I'm deeply concerned kapag ang nag-iimpluwensya sa iyo o ang sinusunod mo ay galing na po sa ibang bansa. Katulad po ng sinabi niyo po, yung issue sa West Philippines, kanina po may nasabi si Honorable Congressman Marcoleta na kailangan daw may information drive yung pong pamahalaan. Meron po. In fact, nag-attend po kami doon sa mga information session na yon kay Commodore Tariela, kung saan dinedebunk po niya yung pong mga fake news about sa West Philippine Sea. O kaso after po nun, ibabash na naman itong sa Tariela. Titirahin na naman yung mga nagde-defend sa West Philippine Sea. Nakakalungkot po kung meron man akong kasamahan o kung meron mga ibang vlogger na maaring nakokontrol o nababayaran o kung ano mang paraan, kung ano mang way na naiimpluwensyahan po ng ibang bansa para po manggulo dito sa atin, para po iusog yung kanilang mga agenda, para po ma-destabilize yung pong ating bansa, para po doon sa bansa na tinutulog. Yan po ay isang pagtatraidor sa ating bansa at dapat po mas mabigat yung pong mga batas kapag gano'n na po yung usapan. Kasi it's one thing kung politiko laban sa politiko, parehong Pilipino yan. Magkaiba lang kayo ng opinion. Pero kapag ang boss mo ay, for example, China, tapos you are acting against the benefit ng bansa ng Pilipinas, the interest ng Pilipinas. So I think mas mabigat po dapat pagdating po sa mga ganong issue. And ayun, lastly po, of course din, may mga moves din po sa social media na maaring parte din ng destabilisasyon na para po pahinain yung administrasyon kung meron mang gusto mag-destabilize o may gusto silang pahinain o gusto nilang tanggalin sa pwesto si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. So yun po sa akin dapat din pong tignan din po at hanapan po ng paraan kung paano po mamiminimize o mapagbabawal po without curtailing naman po yung pong freedom of speech na meron po ang bawat isa. Yun lang po your Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, totoo yung sinabi mo, no? Ito na, ngayon ko lang nakakita sa TikTok, na ayan, kudos to all our brave vloggers. The best ang decision nyo na magtungo sa Supreme Court and better to file a case against Quadcom. So, ibig sabihin po, mali pa, Tricom po to, hindi po to Quadcom. So, ibig sabihin na, yung pagpunta sa Supreme Court, we respect that. But of course, this is a different matter. This is an inquiry in aid of legislation. At meron na po tayong may decision na po ang Supreme Court about it. So sana respetuhin din po sana yung yung ating pong patawag, and to these people, no, kay Mark, kay Malu, and kay Attorney Ricky, salamat po sa pagpunta po niyo dito, at we will be recognizing na ngayon yung ating pong huling vlogger that attended. Ito pong tatlo. Sige mo, Attorney Ricky, tumutog. Ano po ipinili niyo, sir?
Tumutorgo po, Mr. Chair.
Tumutorgo. Yes, sir. You are now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ako po si Attorney Ricky Tumutorgo. Actually, nagbiyahe pa ako from Bicol. Dumating ako 2 a.m. kanina. Ako po kasi lawyer at nagtuturo rin ako sa law, at ang tinuturo ko pa naman constitutional law. At ang subject ko na hinahawakan ngayon, constitutional law to Bill of Rights. At human rights lawyer din ako. Kaya itong dito, pinag-uusapan, malapit ito sa advocacies ko. Pero aside kasi sa lawyer, vlogger din ako. Kaya doon sa lumabas na pangalan na invited na 40 na mga social media personalities, kami ni Ross ang nasa last. Pang 39 ako, pang 40 siya. Humabol si Mark, pang 41. So, unang-una, yung mga estudyante ko nagtatanong, Attorney, invited ka doon, mga fake news daw, pinapatawag, mga fake news peddlers. Sabi ko, doon pa lang parang biktima na ako kaagad ng fake news. Kasama na ako doon sa 40 na nakagrupo kasi lahat yun 40. Ayaw ko sanang umattend kasi may klase ako tonight. kaya start pa lang ng klase, pero gusto ko lang i-clear yung issue na napapasama ako doon sa 40 na fake news na mga vloggers eh. Kaya nag-ano akong umattend dito. Pero hindi ko rin alam bakit ako in-invite.
Attorney, kasi mix po yung ating invitation. As a matter of fact, ano po kasi hindi po natin kaya accommodate lahat ng mga vloggers. The reason yung unang 40 po, but in the next hearing, we will be inviting other vloggers as well. So, nag-mix na po yung mga peddling fake news and yung mga peddling naman ng mga truthfulness doon sa kanilang mga content. But
Okay.
At any rate, ang kinikater po namin dito ay halos lahat ng mga vloggers natin, mga Pilipino, ang content mo nila ay about against or pro-government. So yun po yung ating po inimbitahan for the meantime. But basically sa susunod po, pupunta po tayo, segue po tayo sa ibang industry. Sige, go ahead, attorney.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Doon kasi sa 40 na yon, nakahabol si Mark pang 41, sabi ko, 3 lang yata kami dito hindi DDS Kaya, sabi ko, hindi attend yung mga yan. Actually, nag-vlog ako kagabi sa kaninang umaga. Sabi ko, akala ko maisog yung mga DDS vloggers. Tawag nila sa kanila, maisog eh. Pero bakit hindi a-attend sa Tricom hearing? So sabi ko, pero ako a-attend ako. Hindi ko alam bakit ako pinatawag. Dahil ba attorney ako na nagbablog? Or baka may natamaan ako dyan sa pagbablog ko? Kaya ni-review ko yung mga vlog ko. Sino kayo yung mga member ng Quadcom at ngayon ng Tricom na naging topic ko? Sabi ko, wala naman akong masyadong kaya confident ako na sabi ko, kaya ko tong harapin. Pero so tinitingnan ko ang may ko-contribute ko dito as resource person, una yung experience ko as political blogger. Ang gamit ko sa social media, Enzo Recto. Mayroon din kaming page, yung Bunyog, kasi ako rin yung first nominee ng Bunyog Party List. Active ang aming party list sa social media. In fact, yun yung main platform para at least baka manalo kami. Kasi ako 2 years pa lang akong nagbablog. Sa ngayon, mayroon akong 265,000 subscribers sa YouTube. So na-appreciate ko na yung mga tao, maraming nag-a-appreciate ng aking vlogs. Pag hindi nga ako nag-vlog, hinahanap ako eh. So, dito ko nakikita na ang vlogging, usually kasi pag sinabi yung vlogger, para talagang tagakalat ka ng fake news eh. Pero hindi ako nahihiya na sabihin na vlogger ako. Pag nagpapakilala ako, pinapakilala ko talaga ang sarili ko na vlogger. Kasi hindi ko nakikita na ang vlogging ay masama. Siguro kung may gumagawa man yan, sila lang yon. Pero ang internet kasi, ang social media, ang cyberspace, magagamit natin sa kabutihan ng bayan. Pero magagamit mo rin siya sa kasamaan. Ako, nakakahiya naman, nagtuturo ako sa Ateneo, College of Law, Constitutional Law po noon, tapos magiging tagakalat ako ng fake news. So, hindi. Ako natutuwa ako, alam nyo sa isang araw, 9 ang videos kong kinikreate. In just 2 years, 9,500 videos ang create namin. Kasi may channel ako, maraming channels na yan. Nag-hire na ako ng mga staff ko sa channels ko. Kasi gusto ko talagang ma-educate ang tao sa mga current issues and events. And maraming nag-appreciate. Pag hindi ako nag-live sa araw, hahanapin ako. Marami ng messages akong natatanggap. Attorney, hindi ka pa nagla-live. Mayroon kasi akong magandang araw Pilipinas at mundo. Sa start ka agad yan. Tapos kape at kwentuhan din before sa gabi-gabing talakayan. Ang dinidiscuss ko, current events talaga. Paborito kong itong Quadcom, yung investigation kay Sara Duterte. In fact, nag-create ako ng grupo ng mga vloggers. Nandito yung mga kasamahan namin. 78 vloggers kami. Yun yung nag-initiate ng rally noong January 18 sa People Power Monument. Nandun yung pangalan ng 80 vloggers. At proud kami na sabihin na kami ang mga vloggers na hindi kami nagpi-fake news. Pero may stand kami on.
Mr. Chair, yes, what's the interjection?
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
He was telling us that he would like to give recommendations to us. But he is now telling himself. He is now giving a story about himself. Na sana, attorney, hindi mo ginagamit itong aming Tricom para mag-campaign ng iyong party list, no? Kaya naman si Mark, para i-campaign na kanyang sarili.
Okay.
Kailangan namin yung recommendation mo. Hindi namin kailangan yung sinasabi mo na ginagawa mo sa vlog mo. Alright?
Okay, thank you and sorry, Mr. Congressman.
Clarification. Sige, go ahead, Attorney Ricky.
O so dito na proceed na ako. Gusto kong i-share na ang problema talaga ng kasi itong fake news, disinformation, itong nagpo-proliferate na mga fake news nga sa social media. Pag-balance kasi ito ng freedom of expression, freedom of speech, at saka yung pag-protect naman ng reputation ng mga nagiging subject ng mga sa social media. Ganun din yung interest ng bansa. So paano siya ibabalance? Actually, mayroon ng landmark case diyan. Yung case ng Decini versus Secretary of Justice. Sa landmark case na ito, JR number 20335, February 11, 2014, ito yung unang pag-challenge sa constitutionality ng Republic Act 10175, yung Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Challenge dito. Ang contention dito ng mga dalawa, hindi ko na itatouch yung ibang aspect ng cybercrime. Yung mga scamming, hacking, data privacy violations. Dito na tayo sa aspect ng freedom of expression. Kasi mayroong specific na provision dito sa Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, yung section 4, paragraph C, number 4. Tungkol yan sa cyber libel. Pero actually, wala namang bago. Wala namang bago dito sa cyber libel kasi kahit naman doon sa revised penal code, pinipenalize yung libel kung wala man doon sa written, oral na libel, mayroong other similar means. So yung cyber libel, pasok doon sa other similar means. Yung paggamit ng cyberspace or internet sa libel. So ngayon, nung challenge ng petitioners yan, na unconstitutional yung provision na yan, yung cyber libel provision nitong Cybercrime Prevention Act, ang contention nila, yung mga recent daw na jurisprudence, sabi ng petitioners, hindi na kontra sa libel, hindi na inaano ang libel kasi dinidecriminalize na nga, yun yung trend. So sabi ng mga petitioners, alisin na yung provision sa Cybercrime Prevention Act or RA 10175 tungkol dyan sa cyber libel. Ang contention naman ng Solicitor General, hindi pwede. Kasi pa rin yan, kailangan protektahan pa rin ang mga private individuals na nagiging biktima ng cyber libel at ganun din ang public or ang state. So, ang ruling ng Supreme Court dyan, ganito. Binalance ng Supreme Court. Ang pagbalance ng Supreme Court, nandyan pa rin ang cyber libel. Constitutional yan. Pero, pagdating sa malicious imputation, yung mga defamatory imputation, iba ang treatment sa private at sa public. Yung mga public officials, yung private na mga subject ng malicious imputation, presumed na malicious. Presumed na malicious. Kapag defamatory ang imputation mo, na libelous kumbaga yung sinabi mo, kapag ang subject ng ay private, presumed malicious. Pero kapag public, hindi. Kailangan i-prove na may actual malice. Yun yung ruling ng Supreme Court dyan sa landmark case na yan. So kumbaga binabalance. Kailangan pa rin protektahan ang publiko, hindi pwedeng sabihin na unconstitutional ang cyber libel. So, dineclare pa rin ng Supreme Court dyan sa landmark case na constitutional, invalid. Pero, sinabi rin, kailangan protektahan din ang freedom of expression. Lalo na rin kapag ang subject ay public officials. So, yun yung ruling dito. May isa pa dito, yung Section 5, tungkol naman dun sa mga nagsishare, naglalay.
Sobra naman.
Yung mga nagsishare, naglalay.
Wait. Can you wrap up, attorney? Because we're about to go with the members of the House because there's a lot we've been waiting for so long, no?
Inalok lang yung doctrine sa case. Ang last na lang yung Section 5. Sa Section 5, yung bang pag-share, paglalike, pagko-comment, can that be considered also as crime? Sabi dyan, hindi. Yung ruling sa Decini case, hindi. Yun lang original author. Kaya, so makikita natin dito yung pagbabalance talaga ng Supreme Court dun sa freedom of expression at dun din sa mga nagiging biktima ng malicious na mga defamatory imputation. Yun na lang siguro muna. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Attorney Ricky Tumotorgo. So we'll now proceed to the interpellation of the members of this Congress. But before I recognize Congressman sige, meron pa tayo isang presenter but before that, the chair would like to recognize first Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anong pangalan ng gano'n niya? Attorney?
Brother,
Hindi, tungkol lang sa sinasabi ng doktrina kanina. Attorney, abogado ka pala na nagtuturo sa Ateneo. At sinasabi mo, ang diferensya ng private sa public figure, pagka public figure ay hindi basta-basta. Kahit nabirahin mo, parang may lisensya ka na, parang gano'n sinasabi mo. Pero pag private, talagang kinakailangan may malis ka agad yun. Siguradong. Kaya lang nung ikaw ay nag-vlog, ito yung title ng vlog mo sa akin eh. Huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panliling lang ni Marcoleta. Ano ang panliling lang ko, attorney? Public figure ako, pero kailangan malaman ko, sapagkat dito lang may malis ka na eh. Una, hindi mo ako kilala, ikaw hindi rin kita kilala. Pero dito lang sa title pa lang, huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panlilin lang ni Marcoleta. Attorney, kahit kailan wala akong nilinlang na mamamayan ng Pilipinas. Wala kang karapatan na akusahan mo ako ng ganito. Kung ang pinag-uusapan ay gusto mo lang ma-informahan ang mga nagpa-follow sa iyo kung sino-sinong maraming nagpa-follow. Pwede mo ba sagutin ito muna? Ano yung panlilin lang na sinasabi mo rito?
Marami na po kasi akong naging hindi ko ano yung particular na.
Ito pakikita ko sa iyo, ayan
hindi ko po alam kung anong particular doon na.
Attorney, gumawa ka ng vlog.
Yes po, ako po.
Responsibilidad mo sa public ito, lalong-lalo na yung naniniwala sa iyo. Hindi ko maniwala kung paano mo silang napaniwala. Pero itong sinabi mong ito, may pakulo ako at panlilin lang. Ito yung sagutin mo, hindi ako naniniwala hindi mo naalala ito.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? Actually po, dun yata yan sa rally ng Iglesia ni Cristo na naging subject din ako po ng programa ninyo sa yung dalawang pong kasama Honorable Congressman Marcoleta. Ako po yung naging subject nyo doon ni Saganang Mamamayan. Kasi ako yung nag-comment na sabi ko, dapat yung Iglesia ni Cristo kung talagang malaki yung mobilization nila, doon nila gawin sa Luneta, huwag sa Liwasan. Yun yung kasi, pag sa liwasan
ko dito, huwag mo nililihis ang usapan, ano? Ang pinag-usapan yung panlilin lang na sinasabi mo at pakulo. Walang kinalaman yung rally ng INC dito.
Doon ko po kita, Honorable Congressman.
Anong panlilin lang ang ginawa ko doon sa rally?
Yung po yatang speech nyo doon sa speech.
Hindi pa yata, kailangan siguruhin mo. Nagsalita ko doon, anong parte ng speech ko? Ang nilinlang ko ang mamamayang Pilipino.
Honorable Congressman Marco, yung reaction ko po yata yung speech nyo po doon sa
ano nga, kung alam mo yung speech ko, ano yung panlilinlang doon?
Tingnan ko po dito sa kung ano yung ang dami ko na po kasi naging content tungkol dito.
Hindi ganoon. Ako kapag sinabi ko, alam ko ang pinagbabasihan ko. Kahit matagal na yon, maaalala ko. Pag nilinlang ako ng isang tao, alam ko. Problema sa inyo, hindi ko nila lahat ng vloggers, Ako, hindi ko minamasama yung vlogs. Yan ay part ng ating free speech. Expression. At yan ay ginagaranti ng ating saligang batas. Totoo naman na kapag ka public figures, hindi dapat balat sibuyas. Hindi kagaya ng balat sibuyas ni Kong Barbers, alam ko yan. Pero hindi nangangahulugan. Kailangan i-establish ninyo. I-establish mo na ikaw ay abogado pa rin, kagaya na sinasabi mo, nagtuturo ka pa sa isang reputabling institusyon. At pagkatapos, tinatanong ko lang ngayon, ikaw ang nagbablog,
Basta po tungkol po talaga yung naging topic ko po kayo tungkol dun sa rally ng
Ano nga yung sinabi ko sa rally na nanil lang ako ng Pilipino? Wala ka man lang maisip? Ito yung uri mo na hindi kailangan talagang nagbablog Nami-mislead mo yung mga tao, nililin lang mo yung mga tao. Ang dahilan ay hindi mo man lang masabi kung ano yung aking mga panlilin lang na sinasabi mo rito. Pakulo at panlilin lang. Hindi ganyan yung mga vloggers na kilala ko. Yung mga vloggers umaatake rin sa akin, pero hindi ako balat sibuyas. Sapagkat may basihan ang kanilang sinasabi. Yung pinag-uusapan siguro namin dito. Gusto nila niyang tingnan siguro kung ano yung mga seats ng mga aming pinag-uusapan dito. Hindi ako balat sibuyas, pero ito, wala akong makitang panlilin lang na ginawa ko sa ating mamamayan. Ikaw, ang lakas ng loob mo na mag-vlog. Abogado ka pa naman. O ano?
Gusto, panoorin ko po mamaya itong kung ano
yung... Ang hirap sa atin, Mr. Chair
ano po kasi...
Isip-isipin mo, bigla ka na lang gagawa ng isang vlog na ngayon itatanungin kita ng diretso, wala ka man lang masabi, kahit isang panlilin lang. At inaakala mo, baka sakaling no sa rally. Ibig mo sabihin, naharap ako sa rally pagkalakilay para manlilang lang ako ng mamamayang Pilipino? Hindi ka karapat dapat na abogado Hindi ka dapat magturo sa Ateneo. Sinasabi ko sa iyo ngayon. Ako hindi ko inaukusahan ng mga vloggers. Kahit masasakit ang sinasabi nila, ngunit merong basihan. Meron silang pinagmumulan na basihan. Kamukha nung isang vlogger, Mr. Chair. Nakita niya yung isang tarpaulin, isang billboard na-install doon sa SLEX. Isang female vlogger, Mr. Chair, na napanood ko. Itong si Marcoleta kanya, walang kahihiyan ito Tanga pala At kinahihiya na rin siya ng mga kapatid niya sa Iglesia ni Cristo. Sapagkat, akalain mong gagawa siya ng billboard, isasama niya kanya si Pastor Kibuloy. Hindi ba niya alam na si Pastor Kibuloy ay ganyan. So, kinakailangan, Mr. Chair, na sagutin ko. Ang pagkakasabi ko lang po na sagutin ko, miss ka ako, hindi kita kilala, pero medyo nasaktan lang ako, pero nandun na lang, pagpapasensya na kita, sapagat ako ay public figure. Kung kulang ka ako ang ginanito mo, okay lang Kaya lang kita sasagutin sapagkat yung mga nakikinig sa'yo, baka mahalin lang mo. Baka sila'y mailigaw mo sa paniwala na ako nga ang gumawa ng billboard na yan. So ipinaliwanag ko, Mr. Chair, hindi ako ang gumawa ng billboard na yan. Nakita ko na lamang po na biglang kasama po ako ron. At hindi naman po ipinaalam sa akin nung gumawa. Siguro po dahil si Pastor Kibuloy po ay tumatakbo rin isang senador, inakala niya siguro magiging maganda rin para sa kanya kung kami po ay magkasama. Ako naman po ay wala namang magagawa tungkol doon. Pero hindi ko na po, wala na po akong reaksyon sapagkat public figure nga po ako Lahat kami ay tatamaan. Ito nga po yung napakagandang pagkakasalita po sa Korte Suprema Mr. Chair, basahin ko lang, maliit lang po ito. The interest of society, ito po yung United States versus Bustos. The interest of society and the maintenance of good government demand a full discussion of public affairs. Complete liberty to comment on the conduct of public men is a scalpel in the case of free speech. The sharp incision of its probe relieves the abscesses of officialdom. Men in public life may suffer under a hostile and an unjust accusation. The wound can be assuaged with the balm of a clear conscience. A public officer must not be too thin-skinned with reference to comment upon his official acts. Kaya kaya ko na lang siyang i-tolerate, Mr. Chair, yung babaeng yun eh. Pero ikaw, attorney, dahil sa attorney ka, yan ang sinasabi mo, at nagtuturo ka pa sa isang reputable institution, dito lamang sa title mo eh. Huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panlilinlang ni Marcoleta. Pagkatapos tatanungin kita ngayon, kung anong panlilinlang ang ginawa ko, wala ka man lang masabi. Kaya naman kitang i-demanda pero hindi na kita pagtitsagaan eh. Kung ikaw lang. Gusto ko lang malaman ng mga tao na walang pasiyan tong ginagawa mo. Para sa akin, sapat na. Nakabayaran sa'yo. O total, hindi na siya makakimo, Mr. Chair. Tatigilan ko na siya.
And with that, Congressman Marcoleta, that will serve as your time as an interpolator. Ang haba ng interpolation mo. But I will not deduct that sa time mo, Congressman Marcoleta. Okay. Attorney Ricky, you still want to pursue your, or that will be it?
So yun lang po.
Siguro we give you time also to answer back on, baka panoodin mo muna yung mga vlog mo. Later on, you can approach us if you wanted to defend your...
dapat yan, mag-isbar pa yan eh.
You have your time, Congressman Marcoleta. We'll be giving time to Attorney Ricky to defend himself.
Ano lang po siguro,
fairness, and maging equal lang treatment natin sa lahat. What we wanted here is to be fair, no? Para give also a chance to Attorney Ricky para to prove himself by watching yung mga vlogs na ginawa niya. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, yun po yung sinasabi ko na kapag kakasuhan halimbawa ang isang vlogger, tulad ko sa ganyang sinabi ko, kung public official yung naging subject ng aking vlog, ipo-prove na malicious yung intent ko. Yun yung pagkakaiba. Pagka-private naman, hindi, presumed ka agad na malicious. So, yun po yung pagkakaiba. Kaya, yan po yung ang isa pa, yung mga members po ng Congress, lahat po tayo, kahit ordinary citizens, may freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Kami ring mga vloggers, mayroon. Ang pagkakaiba lang po natin, kayo pag nasa Congress, hindi kayo pwedeng kasuhan kasi may privilege kayo, anumang sabihin nyo. Pero kami, kahit vloggers kami, pwede kaming kasuhan. Yun nga lang, ang pagkakaiba, ang magiging defense talaga namin, freedom of expression. Kaya nga, kapag kinasuhan kami ng private individuals, ipoprove nung malicious kaagad ang presumption. Pero sa public figures, ipoprove na may actual na malis kami sa sinabi namin. Yun lang po. Hanapin ko po mamaya yung kasi ang dami ko na contents na na-create kay Congressman Marcoleta. So talagang hindi ko na po masagot. Pero sorry po kung
yes, we understand your situation,
Okay,
Attorney. Kaya nga, I have given you a chance para ma-review naman po yung mga vlogs nyo. And it goes to everybody as well, especially to those na who have not attended this hearing. Fair po yung ating gagawin na pagdinig dito. Pakikinggan po namin kayo at titingnan po natin, babalansin po natin. Katulad po niyan, may mga ganyan sitwasyon na personal yung naging approach po ni Congressman Marcoleta against him dahil nga napanood niya. And we wanted that to be clarified. But of course, we have to give chance to everybody to speak at ipaliwanag kung bakit. So basically, yun po ang gusto natin mangyari. It might help us in the amendment that we wanted to file dito po sa 10175. So, bago ko po i-recognize si Congressman Ador Plato as the first interpolator, we wanted to give a chance sa isa po nating presenter. Bigyan muna natin ng chance si Mr. Felipe F. Salbosa. Second. Siya ba to? And Nice Poro Balbedina. Okay. Only one presenter. Only one presenter, right?
Chair.
Wait.
1 second lang, 1 second.
What about?
Yung sinasabi niya sa INC, 3 months ago pa yung post niya.
Sige, mamaya na yan. We will be giving you a chance.
For the record lang. For the record.
Okay. We'll be giving you a chance on your time as an interpreter. After all, pangatlo po kayo. So, sige, go ahead. Mr. Felipe Salbosa.
Mr. Chair,
ayaw na po namin mag-overlap sa presentations ng iba, and to maximize the committee's time, ang gusto po namin na inimbitahan po kami ng committee para ipasok po siguro sa consideration ninyo yung konsepto ng FIMI o yung Foreign Information, Manipulation, and Interference. No, so kami po ay fact-checker din kagaya ng Vera Files.
Pero po yung ipepresent.
Meron po.
Can you
Opo.
kindly put it onto our system
Opo.
para at least we can watch it? Yan, sige, go ahead.
Fact-checker po kami kagaya ng Vera Files, pero hindi po kami third-party fact-checker ng Meta, pero member po kami ng IFCN. So, as fact-checkers, meron po kami sinusunod na code of ethics, no? Pero we are starting to move beyond fact-checking and into yung tinatawag namin na FIMI or Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference. So very recently, meron po kaming na-discover na network ng mga 100 social media accounts sa X, yung dati pong Twitter, na gusto po naming i-flag. No? In a nutshell, yung FIMI po ay mga coordinated bahagi po ng technique nito ay ang mga coordinated activities sa social media.